Good morning. I'd like to call the Municipal District of Taber, August 19th, 2025, regular meeting of council to order. I just want to note that Councillor Brian Hildebrand is online with us today. So at this time, I would put forward the agenda, and if anyone has any additions or deletions. If not,
I can accept the agenda as presented.
thank you. Those in favor? The agenda is
In favor.
Thank you. And on to the protocol items, announcements and recognitions. So there has been a number of things happening in Taber. We just finished the IPSC Nationals that was held out at the Taber Shooting Foundation. There was just over 400 shooters from across Canada. So we'd like to commend IPSC Canada for their competition, and special shout out to the Taber Shooting Foundation for having a world-class facility and having a very positive event that highlighted the importance of gun ownership and responsible shooting and the value of having it. Handguns in a sport fashion. So we'd like to thank both of those organizations. Anybody else? Okay, well then we have the honor of calling Dale Somerville to the front, Dale. So we would just ask you to join us at the front. Yes, that would be great. So Dale started with the MD of Taber in 1997 on the construction crew, and then has worked through a variety of different positions, and then in the end, a greater district operator. So just shy of 30 years, 28 to be precise, we've had the privilege of having Dale serve our residents and to make council look good by the quality of work that he has done. So Dale, we're just so thankful for everything you have done for the MD of Taber. We heard positive comments from our residents, and you set a level of work ethic for our staff that is second to none. And we very much appreciate that from council, our staff, and the residents. And we have a couple other councillors who'd like to say something.
Sure, I'd congratulations on your retirement, Dale. It's considered you a friend, and the benefits you brought to the MD is a leading role to other employees and for the younger staff to follow. It's been, all the best to you and your fishing adventures for years to come and spending time with your grandkids.
Thank you, Dale. 28 years is a long time. It's a lot of dedication. Really appreciate it. Thank you, and good luck in your retirement.
Congratulations, Dale. We sure will miss you, but it sounds like you'll be pretty busy fishing and things like that. So enjoy every moment.
Congratulations, Dale. Thanks for your 28 years of service, and enjoy your retirement and your grandkids.
Yeah, when you were our grader operator in our division, we always said we had the best roads. Sorry to the rest of you, but we had the best roads, so best of luck in your retirement.
Thank you very much, Dale. 28 years of service is an amazing accomplishment. Really appreciate your dedication, and you are a great example for all of us, staff and community members as well. Thank you very much.
So Dale, if you like, we'll give you the mic if you would like to say something about your years of service. We'll just get you to push the button.
I definitely enjoyed coming to work every day. Oh, sorry. I enjoyed coming to work every day. That's why it made coming to work easy. I enjoyed the work. I enjoyed the people. It was a very good place to work. I'm so thankful that Jack Dunsmore hired me back in '97. It made my life pretty good, and it's pretty good right now. Mostly thanks to the MD. I appreciated the work. I appreciated everything you guys did for me. I had some tough goals for a while there, but we worked through them all, and it was a really good place to work. It sounds like I missed the big action that's going on here lately. I almost wanted to come back, but not really. But thank you very much.
Do you want?
It's always nice to, I always get, not to sound selfish, but when somebody hits this milestone, I always get very, very jealous in a good way. So that's congratulations. That's our way of saying congratulations to Dale. We're jealous. We're jealous of you because you put in a lot of years of service. Thank you.
So at this time, then, we would like to present you a plaque. And we'll take a picture with council. But that is just a minor part of how much we appreciate the leadership that you've shown through the MD. And it does make council feel like we're hopefully providing the right direction so that staff is happy to come to work every day. That means a lot to us. Probably one of the most important comments, and it's crazy that it makes me emotional, but we always know we can do better, but it is to see someone like yourself who's done great work and demonstrated the work ethic. It makes us proud to have you as staff and represent the MD. So thank you so much.
And I was proud to represent the MD. I loved driving the grader in the parade at the Corn Fest. That was a highlight of it was pretty good. I liked representing the MD. Proud to tell people I worked for the MD. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
I can do it. I can do it.
Yep, that's perfect.
Just make sure that people don't smile.
Perfect spot on my map.
Well, I'm sure that will be the very best thing of our meeting today. So now we'll continue with the rest of the 5 pages. So confirmation of the July 15th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
I can give the motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That's
In favor.
Thank you. Call for people to speak. We don't have anyone in the gallery. Do we have anyone who is lined up online? No, thank. So we do have delegations starting at 9:30 and 9:50. So I would propose we'll just continue on with the agenda until they arrive. So number 8 and the other items, number 6 and 7, are scheduled timelines for 1 and 1:30. So number 8, any declarations of conflict?
Yes, I'll excuse myself from 11.4, 11.5, and 11.6 as I have a conflict of interest with Grazing Lisa.
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds.
And I'll excuse myself from anything regarding cultivation lands. So I have a financial interest in MD grazing lands,
Cultivation.
or not grazing, cultivation lands, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Hildebrandt. Okay, so we'll move right into the consent agenda, and what I propose is, once the delegations are here, we'll just try to find the most natural pause. So moving on to the CAO report.
Thank you, Readme, I guess. So as typical, the report is before council, and we're here to answer any questions that perhaps we won't go into in detail. Something I do want to note though is the maps with respect to roadside spraying and mowing are not included simply because the first cut is set for completion this week actually, and spraying has been completed and they moved on to spot spraying at this point in time. So I figured that we could envision a completed map fairly well. That being said, when it comes to second cutting, we'll restart that to be able to show the progress with respect to second cut as part of the CAO report. We've also updated the Public Works programs maps. Before, or last time, it was all on one map, so it was a little bit congested. We've split those out into, I think, 3 or 4 different maps. I think three different maps. And just with respect to the drainage projects, just to clarify, green dots are completed projects. Blue dots are projects that were added when they were out in the field, became aware of, and those added projects are also complete, just from a perspective of clarity. So the blue and green are projects that have been completed. With respect to the shoulder pole map, I just wanted to give Corey the opportunity. There's a section on there that was completed, just to clarify, last year, but is reflected in the map. If you wanted to touch on that, Corey, I will go to it and you can speak to it. It's the shoulder pole, correct?
Yeah. Right there.
Sorry.
So in the
microphone.
Is this working? Can you hear me? Right next to the number 3 there's 3 miles east of Highway 877 that's marked to be done this year, but it actually was done last year. So that was just an oversight on our part.
Again, just for clarity. As far as kind of other general operations, administration and the other departments, or the departments across administration, have been fairly consistent in regular policy review. I think council is seeing that through the committee of the whole as well as council meetings. Again, so just emphasizing that is something that we've changed or put emphasis on within the last, I would say, year, to have regular review and attention to MD of Tabor policies. So that has continued. And another operational, I guess, emphasis would be that of budget. We've been putting a fair amount of administrative resource into preparations for the 2026 budget. We had a very, very preliminary first look at the capital side of things. And then the next committee of the whole in September will be bringing an initial preliminary review of operating to council for discussion and review. So that's kind of a very, I get that it's a bit of a broad look in terms of what administration is working on, but there's more detail in the CAO report naturally. So we'll speak to any questions council might have.
I have one with regard to ag services, ag fieldman and weed notices to CPR. I noticed that CPR right away is a bit out of control again. Just wondering if we've used that tool. I think there was a motion, can't remember if it was a council or at ag services that we issued weed notices. We were going to issue a weed notice annually at the beginning of the year to CPKC to ensure that we had control of those weeds. I'm just wondering if that has taken place.
I don't know if it's taken place this year. I know recently they've been out to spray the right of way again, or the CPKC road right of way, or at least visually I've seen a little bit of that impact. But I don't know if they actually issued a weed notice this particular year. I do know that, again, through continued discussion with CPKC, in their more local office, they've more or less requested as much. I'm paraphrasing that, but for future years, just from a funding, to incentivize potential funding for that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but well, it doesn't answer your question literally, but I don't believe we issued one for this current year. But that doesn't.
Thank you.
Yeah, with respect to CPKC and the ability to work with them, this year they have been.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
They've been cooperative in terms of trying to rectify the weed challenges.
Okay, Councillor Hildebrand.
With regard to the public works projects, some of the things that are still from last year still need to be completed. And how does this carry forward, and how is it accounted with finance, budget, and reporting when things span over more than 1 year?
Is there a specific, are you referencing the specific example we just brought up, Councillor Hildebrand?
Well, yeah, there's that, and there's a couple other projects that were slated for last year, as to date are not completed. So how is that money pulled forward or project pushed back, or how is that accounted for?
I guess Corey, can you speak to the projects that were carried forward from last year? Just from an operational perspective?
From the shoulder pole side of things, the 3 miles at the lower portion of that map were carried over from last year.
Were?
Right at the bottom of that map that you got on the screen there. Township Road 80.
Okay. Yeah, and then I'm not sure if this is kind of the leading aspect of the question or not, Councillor Hildebrand, but with respect to the financial side of things, operating budget, ultimately the crew gets done what they can within the year, given various different constraints that we've discussed in the past. If we don't get it done, we'll carry it forward to the next year for completion. So as an operating budget expenditure, those monies do get spent. It just doesn't look, or it doesn't, I guess, from a performative perspective, doesn't come across as efficient as expected or intended, if that's what you're wanting to hear administration say.
Well, I'm not looking for any particular answer. I'm just looking for an answer. So then,
so we
this
do
project,
we do what we can, and if we don't meet the targets, we still endeavor to meet those targets through operations within the next year.
okay, but then the monies that were allocated for that are expended elsewhere, or what happened with the monies that were allocated for that, say, that one project there? What happened to that money? Does it need to be reallocated again in 25 and then reallocate it in 26, or where does that money go?
Given that it's part of the operating program, it would be spent on the projects that were done that year.
So then so that was a 24 project. So funds were allocated for it again in 25?
Nope. So the funds were spent on the projects that were completed in 2024. It's operating expenditures.
Okay. So but that was for the 80 project, that was a 2024 project. So there's no funds allocated for it in 25 then?
Through the operating budget, yeah.
So so those projects are not really date specific then?
They're on the list to get completed, and as they get completed through our operating resources.
Okay.
And as council's aware, we don't meet, or at least last year we didn't meet. We didn't complete all the projects we had on the list for completion.
Okay. All right. Councillor Clausen?
Yeah, so I guess just a clarifying question then, if you, for example, had $200,000 budgeted for a project in 2024 and it wasn't completed, is that cash flow carried forward or is it reallocated, or how is it dealt with?
We don't budget on a project. We don't project budget. We have a operating budget that we plan so many miles of shoulder pull, the different programs that you see here. And if we can complete it, we complete it. If we don't, it gets deferred till the next year. We just don't get as much done as we initially intended.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve?
I just, maybe this is more for Corey. I've had a few complaints about milkweed, but a lot of it is ATEX highways around Hayes. Do we work with ATEC and help them spraying? And I'll just ask a couple more questions. And I was quite disappointed on the 875 from Hayes South. We've had a number of fatalities on that road involving motorcycles. And the other day I was driving home, and some places the growth is so high you have trouble viewing around the corner. So I'm wondering, can we do it for ATEC and send them a bill? There's no way we should be at August 18th and nothing's been mowed yet on that highway. Our staff has been around the whole MD once. I cannot understand why ATEC isn't looking after their infrastructure. And if they don't have the ability, can we approach them and say, pay us so much a mile and we'll look after it for you? While you're in the area anyway, you guys do an excellent job. Can we work together to get some of this work done so we're not making roads unsafe, especially on that curvy road on South Hayes? You don't know what's coming around the corner. It's terrible. We've had contact with, it took us 2 years to get signs put in one area, and then I'm just looking for a reason why they're not looking after their infrastructure. Maybe you can help me out there.
Yeah, so for the weeds, previously we have worked with Volker to spot spray certain parts of their right of way. I'll have to reach out to our ag services and see if that is the case again this year. But as for the mowing, I know I talked to Volker about their mowing schedule. they have haying permits just like we do, and they give their haying permits till the end of July to complete their work. Following that is when they'll start their mowing. That's probably why you're seeing some of that stuff not getting mowed quite yet. I can approach them and see if they'd be interested in hiring us. I know that at Alberta Transportation, they have a definite budget that they get to work with each year, so.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that because I have noticed a guy out there mowing and baling, but in Hayes, it's hard to get from the highway the first 15 feet anyway.
Right.
So I think that should be a higher priority to mow that regardless of the haying permits. So maybe we could establish some protocols to get it mowed, even if there is a haying permit. Maybe we can start the conversation with Volker or whoever, and while MD is in the area, mow it for him, send them a bill, keep the road safe.
Yeah.
Through the Reeve, just to add to Corey's response, I guess more broadly, if we're gonna divert some of our finite operational resources, I mean, we can, but we might wanna look at it a little bit more closely, because we're entrusted with the care and control of the, what I can reference as municipal road right-of-ways. To us, operationally, that's priority, and I know it sounds difficult to hear because it's for the public good no matter what, but we can have that conversation with AT and see where it goes.
And I appreciate that because I think it's a valuable conversation, and for the MD to do an exceptional job and our provincial highways to fall through the cracks seems a little ass backwards to me.
Deputy Reeve, I think it warrants to be pulled out of the consent agenda and make a motion that we reach out to ATEC to ask them about their milkweeds and the vegetation growth on the highway.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just a further comment to John's, Councillor DeGroot's mowing thing there. I know they've been out 526 like before 1st of July and mowed all the way west to 845. So I don't know if they jump all over the place and do the road, but that one there I know would be very bad with all the curves in it. Just have another question on the project team design for the Enchant Fire Hall. Seemed like this has been ongoing for a little while.
Yeah, I know in the September meetings, you'll have a more concrete update as to where we're at with that. We discover a couple things with respect to the existing Greta shed that may impact some potential plans moving forward with respect to public works. But we want to bring a more comprehensive update in that regard to council rather than guess in terms of what that impact will be. But definitely noted and appreciated for sure.
Okay, just noting the time, I propose that we continue on with the consent agenda after our delegations. So we can take a moment. So we'll just pause the CAO report. So good morning to the two delegations who are here. Thank you for taking the time to come to council. So what I'll ask is that the first delegation will come to this front spot, and our meeting is recorded, plus we have people online. So then we have you speak into the mic, and one of our staff will just, where you can push the button so that your mic is read like that. And so at this time, our first delegation is Jennifer Latham, and please come forward. Good morning. So, and we'll do an introduction of all of council for both delegations, so we don't have to do it twice. We do have one councillor online, and I will do him last, and we'll start with Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, John DeGroot. I'm councillor for Division 5. That's Hayes, Northeast, Foxhole.
Good morning, John Tricado, Division 2, which is south of Tabor.
Tamara Mianega, Counselor for Division 4, which is Tabor, north of the Old Man River. Good morning, nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. Good morning, Chantal Clausen, Division 7, Vauxhall area.
Good morning, Murray Reynolds, Division 6 Counselor, Inchan area.
Morning, Merrill Harris, Counselor Division 1, which is Tabor West.
Good morning, Brian Hildebrand, Counselor Division 3, Grassy Lake and area.
And Arliss Croft, CIO with the MD of Tabor.
I'm Lace Lutz. I'm the Legislative and Corporate Affairs Officer.
Yes.
Mike Passy, Director of Corporate Services.
Corey Green, Director of Municipal Operations.
Bryce Serena, Director of Community Services.
Okay, I'm going to have Arliss just introduce it and then he'll turn it over to you, Jen.
So Ms. Latham has scheduled a delegation or request to speak with council with respect to placement of a memorial bench in and around the MD Park area. She has connected with both Lace as well as Corey, I believe. They've had some individual conversations, and they're here to kind of present their proposal to council, and we'll go from there. So
thank you. I wasn't sure how formal the meeting would be, but I knew I would be a little nervous, so I actually just wrote something down to present. Good morning, MD of Tabor council members, MD of Tabor staff members, and others in attendance. Thank you for allowing us to take a few minutes of your meeting to present to you today. My name is Jennifer Latham, and this is my husband, Rick Latham. We are here on behalf of the Russell family, my sister Andrea, and my two brothers, Doug and Dave, to request a memorial bench in honor of our father, Duncan Russell, or better known in Tabor as Duke Russell. Sadly, our father passed away in May of this year at the age of 95. For over half of our dad's long life, he was a resident of Tabor, and at the time of his passing, he resided at Tabor's Linden View Continuing Care Facility. Our father was born in Manitoba in 1930 and spent his earlier years in Eastern Canada. In 1975, our dad packed up my mom, my sister, a cat, a dog, and myself, and we drove west for 5 straight days in a car from Oakville, Ontario to Tabor, Alberta. At that time, our dad became the proud owner of the Stedman store on Main Street, and a lot of Tabor residents would know and remember our dad because of that. Our dad also worked at the Tabor Sugar Factory for many years after the Stedman store closed and made additional lifelong friends there. Our father was a good dad, a hardworking man, and a huge nature lover at heart. One of his favorite spots to enjoy the great outdoors was the Tabor Municipal Park. No matter the season, he loved spending time at the river bottom, strolling leisurely, walking his little dog Taylor, looking for deer and pheasants, listening to the birds sing and the geese honk, feeling the breeze on his face, and just finding wonder in nature. When our father turned 90, a brain infection took away some of his independence, a little bit of his mobility, and unfortunately his driver's license. After that, when we would visit him each week, his main request was to take him on a drive to the Tabor Municipal Park. The trip was so simple, yet so special and meaningful to our dad and our family. Thankfully, we have countless fond and precious memories of our drives and walks around the river bottom. In honor of our father, to help keep his memory alive and to offer some peaceful enjoyment to others in the community, we are hoping to have a bench placed at the Tabor Municipal Park in our father's name. We know it would not only stand for a reminder of our dad's life for many years to come, but also be a place for our family and friends to reflect, on memories and shared moments with Duke, or as we liked to call him, Super Duke. We did bring a few pictures of my dad and our family and some moments at the park, so you may put a face with his name. And we thank you for your time and considering this request.
Thanks, Jenny. I think most of us remember Stedman and the
Yeah.
impact that it had in our community. And your dad was very well known. When you submitted your online, the pictures were also included. So we've all on council had an opportunity to see the pictures of your dad.
Because I
So
brought way more, but that's probably better than to see them online. But yeah, it didn't matter what season it was. My dad wanted to be at the river bottoms, so.
yeah.
And yes, I used to have long blonde hair, so you may not recognize me, but
Oh,
that is my dad and I think there may have been a picture of my sister as well. And
yeah.
yeah, my brothers enjoyed bringing him to the river bottom as well.
Yeah, and I think it is an interesting opportunity for us to consider. And, you know, often urban centers have a policy or a plan. We don't, so we're going to figure out how council will approach this. So Arliss or Lace, are you going to speak to the next steps for us? And I realize a presentation, we don't have to do the next step right at this moment, but.
Yeah, I anticipate next steps would be to essentially, if it's a request that council would like to consider moving forward with, we could prepare a joint plan with the delegate, the delegation representatives, and then bring it to council for approval at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, so at this time, I'll ask council if they have any questions or want to make any comments regarding this. Deputy Reeve DeGroot.
I think this is a wonderful idea. My father-in-law with the family built a bench down at Helen Schuler because same scenario, as his health started failing. They spent a lot of time down there as traveling was limited, and the same, that was his special spot, and the city of Lethbridge was very accommodating to accept the donation, and they installed it, and it would, so I'm glad you brought this forward for us to consider.
Thank you. I appreciate you bringing this forward. Stedman's, not many of us are old enough to understand where it was, but I am, and appreciate your family's commitment to our community for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? So I think what will end up happening is council will have a discussion further into the meeting and perhaps develop a motion. My sense is that we will develop a motion, and then we'll direct administration to work with you and go next steps.
Okay,
we normally during delegation time don't do a motion, but that's our normal protocol.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
But
you.
for regardless of outcome, we'll follow up.
Oh, yes, regardless, someone will be in touch.
Okay, thank you so much.
But thank you very much for taking the time to present to us and to show the pride and respect that you have in your dad. And it does speak volumes that our park is important. It's important to our community and to families. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good day. Thank you.
All right, our next public engagement is Superior Water Hauling and Septic, Travis Valgerson. So Travis, we'll just have you come forward and I'll turn it over to Arliss to introduce, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you, Reminega. I believe Mr. Valgerson is here today to speak to ultimately, from what I understand, procurement with respect to waste hauling in the MD of Taber and his specific business. With that, he's attached as part of his presentation some of the correspondence he's had with MD of Taber staff. And I think at that point I would pass the torch to Mr. Valgerson to further speak to.
We guys all know me. So I'm Superior Water, Travis Valgerson. I run 6 water trucks, 3 septic. 800 porta potties. I've employed 20 to 22 staff within the MD of Tabor and the town. And then I have 4 walking floors. So that's what you guys use for hauling garbage. So basically, I've been working with the GFL and a couple other contractors in Southern Alberta for hauling garbage. So I'm just kind of asking about that. And I was wondering if you guys were willing to contract out your guys' landfills like the MD or county of Lethbridge, so the county walks away from it, and I would be supplying staff and everything, and then present a monthly report to you guys. So it's basically fully contracted out. So I'd supply the staff, equipment, and control all the burning and stuff like that. But I have a contract with a guy that's looking for shaving, so you guys' burn pits would be obsolete. So we would be chipping everything, and you guys' insurance would probably go down, risk of fire hazard and stuff like that. So yeah, the county of Lethbridge, they basically have to take care of everything when they go through. But anyways, it's all the recycling, the hauling, the maintenance, and basically, yeah, at the end of the month, we just hand in a report to you guys of what happens and how much waste come in and stuff like that. And they just write me the check for the amount of waste that comes out of the facility. So, like, the numbers are they have about 2,000 ton a year of cardboard, and I think they said about 3,500 ton of waste that gets hauled to the landfill. That's from the MD at or County of Lethbridge. So, yeah, any question?
Deputy Reeve.
Back to your chipping. So would that have to be metal-free, treated?
No, the chipper has 3 magnets in it, and it chips it right out and takes all the metal out of it.
Okay.
So all your 2x4 is construction, so you can run drywall, anything basically that's compostable. Actually, the market for cardboard has actually tanked, so actually cardboard can go through it now too. Any compost cardboard. So that's what they're dealing with right now in some of the landfills. The recycling depots are bringing in truckloads of cardboard and throwing it into the dump because there's no overseas market for it right now.
Yeah.
So.
And there's a bit of flexibility where you haul it, because we're still working with Sewa on that facility. So whether you hauled it to another dump or Sewa
whatever, it's
facility.
basically wherever you guys want to go with it.
Okay, thanks.
So, but yeah, so I know you guys current contractor hauls about 12 ton, and we haul about 20 because we compacted into our trailers a little bit better. So it's all a tonnage game with me. So that's what we would be billing you by. We wouldn't be billing you by the load, it'd be by the ton. So.
Go ahead, Councilor Reynolds.
Yeah, just wondering what administration, what is the capacity of our buildings? Like, how many ton of material could you hold in there? Seems like the one at Enchant, once it gets full, the truck comes and it's all emptied out. So if you're saying maybe only 12 ton was you'd be under what you want to hold in with your 20 ton. So,
Yeah, I can defer to Corey to speak to the capacity side of things.
I don't know the exact capacity of our tipping stations. I know that Grassy Lake right now, they'll haul out a full load, so they'll haul out about 20 ton out of that at one time. So I believe the other 3 tipping stations are the exact same. So they would hold the same capacity. Our current contractor collects Hayes and Enchant at the same time to get his full truck. Just because those hamlets don't produce the same amount as Grassy Lake does.
So Travis, when we received your council delegation submission, so what I see from that is you're asking if the MD of Tabor, if I'm reading it correctly, would consider using Superior for our garbage.
Yeah, just because I'm local and stuff like that.
And currently, our current provider, do we go to contract, or that's the provider we've always used?
Yeah, I guess I can speak to the time that Corey and I have been here. That's been the contractor that we've been using consistently currently, to answer your question.
Okay.
How long is that contract? Is it year to year or 4 years or just?
I would say it's on an ongoing basis. Like it's not, there's no expiry, there's no end term to it. It's just ongoing.
Thanks.
So then, should you choose another service provider, there'd be no opt-out clause or anything like that with the current contract?
Yeah, you'd just be stopping it.
And when I was reviewing that, so we currently have recycling trailers throughout the MD.
Yeah.
With one actually at our North Tabor shop. Would that be something you would manage as well, or is that separate?
No, that's something I would take into, because that's within the county of Lethbridge. Is the same thing as we take care of this 13 sites that are recycling trailers between trailers and Hooklifton.
Okay.
And if you guys want to see the contract from the county, it's on the Alberta Purchasing Connection. And if you click the contract info, it's on there. I think it's like 42 pages. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess for us, from a next step, I appreciate taking the time to present and give us a bit of an understanding. I suspect for me, I don't have a good enough understanding of how we manage our current garbage. So that's likely a budget operational discussion, which then at that time our min could, they'll let us know, and then we can discuss what a go forward looks like, because at this time I can't speak to that, but I appreciate a local operator and someone who employs that many people. Now we're all about cost savings, so that's important as well. And garbage, it just seems to be such a big topic and tough to manage. So I'm sure admin can enlighten us a bit more. Now, is there anything from admin that you'd like to share at the end? Any questions from council? And if I'll give time for that, and then we'll give the last word to Travis. Okay, Travis, the floor is yours. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Just, I mean, if council could reference real quick the quarterly strategic priorities review.
Mm-hmm.
One of the operational initiatives that is yet to be fully addressed is a landfill strategy. A lot of what the presenter has shared is some of the things that we're looking at. It just hasn't been able to be fully prioritized because of other priorities. But I do think there's potential opportunity there with respect to, once that strategy is better defined moving forward, then you could put out these types of opportunities to industry. And it would also consider things like how the MD actually funds solid waste management as well. Right now it's purely almost purely non-user fee based, so taxation supported. And that may be part of that strategy that considers different alternatives as well, how the MD of Tabor funds it. But I think council's fairly current in terms of the many different priorities that we've been working through over the last couple of years. But that is one of the operational initiatives from a priority perspective that's on the horizon. So Corey actually has started some of the preliminary investigation on it, but
Travis, final comments or requests?
Like, I'm not gonna take a half load. Like, if I start doing it, it's gonna, if I take any chance I'm only gonna get a half load, I'm gonna go to wherever to finish my load off. Because it's a numbers game with me for the tonnage. So if I'm only gonna get 12 ton of them into my truck, it's not worth me taking to the landfill. I might go sit at my shop and then come back and fill it again. Other than that, yeah, thanks for your time. If you have any questions, just reach out.
Yeah, and thank you for that information on the Alberta Purchasing Connection. I think that's good for us to be able to have a look at. And just before you go, I do want to thank Superior Water Hauling. They are one of our number of vendors who, if there's a fire in whichever particular area, our fire department has a list of water haulers, and Superior is one of them. And we appreciate when they need a load of water during an emergency that you're available. So I do want to give you a shout out for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
See ya.
Yeah. Okay. So do we need a motion just to receive the information on both of those? Or if we're gonna do a motion, the 5.2.1, Jennifer Latham, we probably need a motion if so desired. So would you like that at this time? Or I'll go to Councillor Harris.
I was just gonna make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll give the motion to direct administration to work, excuse me, with the Super Duke Russell family to place a memorial bench on empty property.
Okay, any comments or questions? Those in favor?
One comment.
Yeah, go ahead. My
One comment.
apologies.
Yeah, I just would ask that administration keep in mind the long-term maintenance of a bench or an item that is a memorial for a memory of someone, because we want to make sure that if something is placed, it is respectful over the long term to that individual's memory as well.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? The motion is from Councillor Harris that Council directs administration to work with the Super Duke Latham family to install a memorial bench on MD of Tabor property. If you have wording that's more reflective of Councillor Harris, I can happily have that as well.
Just maybe one comment, like the bench that was installed in my father-in-law's name is it's well done. I think it'll still be there even if it got flooded. So if we follow that type of scenario, you guys could go look at some of the benches installed in that area and follow that lead.
Yeah.
no, just you have to read it for now.
So I have that council to direct administration to proceed with the placement of a memorial bench on municipal district of Tabor property at a location to be determined in consultation with relevant departments and stakeholders.
Sounded exactly like the motion. Okay, any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is.
In favor.
That motion is carried. Okay, in regards to the second matter, is there a motion? Well, go ahead.
I guess, direct administration, I guess, to bring this forward in budget deliberations in the future. Service like this that might be implemented.
Could I just reference just a bit of, I guess, practicality or timeline perspective on that, just so I kind of know what council's expectations are? As it relates to budget, like I don't think I can meet that in terms of draft operating budget, but maybe more in the context of finalizing our operating budget. Yeah, so that could either mean December or April.
Yeah.
Right? It just there's quite a few moving parts for us to consider.
Yeah, I didn't hear timeline. It just is part of the budget deliberations.
Okay, so I have that council direct administration to prepare a budget item with regard to water hauling and septic services for council consideration and deliberation.
Waste disposal.
Yeah, just waste disposal.
Okay.
And I don't know what the right term is for hard waste
Wait.
disposal. Solid waste. Solid waste management. There we go.
That council direct administration to prepare a budget item with regard to solid waste management for council consideration and discussion.
For,
I would say alternative service delivery. I guess different.
Alternative. That council direct administration to prepare a budget item with regard to an alternative service delivery option related to solid waste management for council consideration.
just read the first sentence again, please. The first part.
That council direct administration to prepare a budget item with regard to an alternative service delivery option. With regard to alternative service delivery options.
Yep. I think the gist of the motion isn't to direct you to even prepare an item, but for consideration of alternative delivery option for solid waste management.
Sorry, say that again, Reeve.
Direct administration within budget deliberations to yeah, you probably have it right. It's It's just, the idea is that during budget deliberations, it will be, we'll discuss waste management better. And Arliss has indicated, and correctly so, that it is part of our strategic priorities, and we just haven't got there. So we're not looking at it for next committee of the whole. It's just would be part of. It's, so it stays on the books.
And with solid waste management, there's tons of moving parts
That's
at this point.
And then after this is done, we're actually going to take a break. They're having a little technical issue. So once we get this finished, then we'll take a few minutes.
Yeah. I feel like there's too many forks in there. Options for solid waste management for further, yeah. That council direct administration to prepare a budget deliberation topic regarding alternative service delivery options for solid waste management for further council review.
Okay, Councillor Takeda, is that satisfactory?
Yes.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Arliss, do you need a motion to receive the Jennifer Latham and the Superior Water Hauling and Septic presentations so that they're in the minutes? Okay,
I'll give you a
To
motion
receive the
to receive.
Sorry,
go ahead, sorry. Arliss.
just to acknowledge and receive their presentation.
That's right. Okay,
I'll give you a
Deputy Reid.
motion to receive the Jennifer Latham and Superior Water Hauling as information.
I'm going to ask for them separate, just so there's no confusion. So Deputy Reeve will do Jennifer Latham submission. Those in favor?
In favor.
And the Superior Water Hauling.
Yeah, I can move to receive the Superior Water Hauling and Septic presentation for information.
Thank you. Those in favor? That's
In
carried.
favor.
So we'll take a 5 to 10 minute recess to adjust to All right, admin is ready and we're ready to go, so resume the meeting. We are currently at the CEO report, and if you have any questions to ask, I'll give you a minute, but I'll ask my one question. I wanted to ask, we've had our shoulder pull or shoulder recovery, gravel recovery machine for a year. How are you feeling, or will it take more than a year to determine if this is a successful operation for us?
Corey, do you want to speak to your experience so far?
Yeah, given that it's the first year, I'm not prepared to say
Okay.
yet. We've had some challenges this spring on how we do that service. So, but I think it's going well now. I'd just like to see it for the full year.
Yeah, that's good to know.
And this is the first full season?
Yes.
We got it last year, mid-season, I believe. So.
Yeah. Yes, and we only saw the initial, so I think that's probably a good thing to add to a council tour in a year or so to see how it's working. And then my other question was, I was glad to see that the community standards team is working with Alberta Sheriffs on weights and measures, and that the majority of the loads were in compliance. You know, I think we often have a perception that everybody's overloaded, and I do think there is a certain amount that is overloaded, but it was good to see that during that experience, the majority were in compliance. So I appreciate that. Okay, other questions on the CAO report? Okay, Arliss, anything else you wanted to bring forward?
Not that's top of mind right at this moment. But.
Okay. If something comes up for someone on the CA report, you can ask at any time in the consent agenda. So we'll move on to council reports. So everyone's reports are for, you know, it's been a fairly busy summer. These reports are from June 19th to August 13th. So it's been very busy, and I just want to commend council for their involvement in the many, many community events, right from Canada Day to rodeos to National Indigenous Peoples Day to different local events that have been occurring. And I think that really speaks to the commitment of this council. I would also like to do a shout out to Gal Quality Onions on July 13th. July 22nd, we were had the privilege to tour the Gal Quality Onion packing plant, and we had Minister Williams, who is the Minister of Municipal Affairs, on site. We had a chance to see their operation, get a better understanding of the complexities of onion growing and distribution, and then Minister Williams took a great deal of time with all of council to understand the different issues that we face in our region, and gave us some encouraging words on perhaps trying to find a solution to the farmland assessment and taxation that we'll be looking at in the future. There's way too many events for me to go through, but also shout out to St. Mary's Irrigation District on their 125th anniversary. They've done a series of videos on irrigation and in our district in the south. So take time to look at those videos. So again, thank you to council for all of the things. And the other anniversary that is in just on the other side of our road, but many of our producers are involved with, McCain celebrated 25 years in our region. There's lots in my report, but we would be here for the rest of the day. So we'll move on to Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. Yeah, lots kind of was put on hold through the summer, but Sewa, of course, I happen to be gone every Friday that they've had meetings, but I'm looking forward to Brooks getting their facility up and running and the continued talks between Brooks and our MD staff on to see whether it's viable for us to work with them or not, but we'll see what comes of it in the near future.
Councillor Clausen?
Yeah, a bit of a summer break for a lot of the committees I sit on, but things have since resumed and we are busy planning for upcoming events. So looking forward to it.
Thank you. Councillor Turcado?
So I did circulate my report. I think it will be attached at a later date to the agenda. I did circulate to everyone. As you can see, I did attend a lot of other meetings and events in the last month. Most of my committees, there's only a few of them that have taken summer off, but most of them are continue to function. And my report is in front of everyone if you have any questions.
Okay, Councillor Harris?
The first thing I'd like to do is, I didn't even think about it during your protocol items, but I thought about it after. Condolences to the Leo Layton family on the passing of Leo Layton, who was a 35-year employee for the MD of Tabor. The next one that I thought I should bring out was under the Chinook Arch Library Board meeting. It was brought forward at that meeting that AGLC seems to be changing some rules regarding the association between charitable organizations and friends of the charitable organization. So like, for example, I'll use the Enchant Library Board. If Enchant Library had a Friends of the Library Association, they can no longer be the same people. So it puts a small community organization that has Friends of that organization at a real serious disadvantage. And we had a long talk about it. And actually, probably at your next Mayors and Reeves, Reeve Sandberg and Reeve Campbell, as well as Doug Logan from Vulcan County are working on this. They want to bring forward a resolution that'll go to Foothills Little Bow as well as our RMA about the disadvantage that puts for small community organizations when you can't have the same people on both boards. That was one thing that we discussed at length at our library board meeting. The other one is under the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee. We had a quick meeting last Friday to give a motion to move forward with putting out to tender, two different tenders for work on the stormwater drainage. One tender is the stretch between the north side of the CPKC rail tracks into the Tabor Lake, and the second one is the actual track work for Canadian Pacific Kansas City rail line, and that should be going out before the end of the month, Marlos, the tenders.
Yeah, that's
to keep the
for sure the portion
the
on
north
side.
yeah, what the engineer calls section 2A, I believe is what he told me it was going to be called. Anyways, we wanted to keep the momentum going with the money that we do have available to on the project. So those two things are going out to tender this fall for hopefully get some of the work commence this fall during the non-irrigation season. So everything else is in my report if there's any questions.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hildebrand.
Yes, I was also able to attend the meeting with Dan Williams, Minister Williams, as referenced earlier. Really good to talk to him and bring forward some of the municipal issues. One other thing that I've gone to the Recreation Board meeting at Grassy Lake here a couple of times, and I'm really struck by the dedication and commitment of those volunteers and what they're doing to support the communities. it goes beyond just the recreation and parks component of it, and they're doing so much more, even to the point of being a liaison between the community members and the municipality. And so I think we really need to think about how those that service is provided and the volunteerism that is so greatly appreciated and that we depend so greatly upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reynolds.
Yes, my report there is the, as you can see, I put in the ASB agenda for all to see that aren't on the ASB. The Tabor Shooting Foundation, they're talking about having their opening. I think they will send correspondence of their new building on September the 20th, which is a Saturday. And I'm sure they will let us know before that time. And if there's any questions, I'll try and answer.
Thank you. I did leave out one item, and actually it's okay. I'll put it on there. So, any other questions on council reports? So we'll move on to correspondence, which is the letter from the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, Mr. Honorable Mike Ellis.
Just one sec here.
So it is a follow-up to the motion, to the letter that, and a motion that the MD of Tabor sent at a meeting on the Alberta Police Funding Model. It had been indicated that there would be a 57% cost increase, and this is his response.
Yeah, essentially he clarifies, I don't know if he clarifies, he just provides, I guess, more context behind what was mentioned at that chief elected officials engagement session. As far as monetary impact, we, at least what I garner from it or don't garner from it, is we still don't know exactly. That being said, we are, from a preparatory perspective, from a transactional perspective, we are incorporating something into the budget. And when I say budget, I mean draft budget, so that it's further discussed. So they say it's indicated we'll have a bit more of an idea of monetary impact on the municipality come September, I think he mentioned, or in the fall, at which point in time we would be able to better address whatever that might be. And I am speaking strictly from administrative perspective, and not necessarily any further advocacy that the municipality or group of municipalities pursue on the topic.
Yeah, for me, the letter was not clarifying whatsoever. And at the chief elected, the Mayors and Reeves meeting, I mean, it was, and the online consultation that they did was definitely said that it would be a 57% increase, and that municipalities should perhaps look at alternative police model delivery. That isn't indicated in his letter, but it does leave municipalities wondering what happens next, whether there's options to look at local options, continue with RCMP or Alberta Police. So I appreciate Minister Ellis took time to respond, but I don't feel that helps us move forward in what is happening in the province of Alberta as far as budget implications and how policing will be administered. So I don't think there's anything to be done with it other than part of the consent agenda. Okay. So the only item I have for request for exemption is the letter to ATEC regarding highway, what's the number? Highway 875 and the milkweed concern and the overgrowth of vegetation. So with that, is there any other items you would like out of the consent agenda? So if I could get a motion to receive the consent agenda with that one item being taken out.
I'll give you a motion to receive the consent agenda with the item involving a tech discussion taken out.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor?
In favor.
Okay, that motion is carried. Okay, number 10, upcoming meetings and events. So a couple things that I have, and there's 2 invites on here, and I did send a different note to members of council, all members of council, on the Town of Taber Corn Fest dinner and the Corn Fest parade invitation, which is coming up this week. So I just want to see who is going to be involved in the parade and what you would like to do, if you want to drive, want to walk, what role you would like to play in the parade. And we don't have to finalize that here, but I think right now it's just Councillor Harris and myself. Anyone else? Councillor Turcado will be involved in the parade. I know it's a very busy time for people, so we'll finalize who's going to do what in the parade. And then following the opening ceremonies, there is a dinner at Now Cooley Cafe for elected officials. I have a commitment at Cornfest, but Councillor Harris, are you still available to attend?
I thought I RSVP'd that I was not available.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. And that's fine. I will reach out to Mayor Prokop and just let him know our predicament. It's a very busy time with farming, Cornfest, and life. So that's fine. The other item that I just received last night, an invitation, is August 25th at the Taber Vegetable Garden, which Councillor Harris is very involved in. It's their Guns and Hoses night, and they will be having a supper and they'll be doing some harvesting. So if you are available, I will send the invite on to you, to everyone, but all of council is invited. Our fire department is usually on hand with the Taber Fire Department, and the Taber Police and RCMP are also invited. So it's quite a night to see all of those volunteers who already do so much for our community, then help out at the garden. So if you're available, that's on Monday. Is there any other items on this list that or in the next month that we've missed? Okay, so with the addition of the Guns and Hoses, August 25th, I would look for a motion to accept the upcoming meetings and events.
I can accept the upcoming meetings and events.
Those in favor? That's carried.
In favor.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Moving on to request for decision non-bylaw, the quarterly strategic priority review. Council did have an opportunity to review it and discuss it at Committee of the Whole. I'll just turn it over to Arliss to speak to some of the items, and then if council has any questions.
Yeah, just in reference to the strategic priorities chart that's on the presentation screen, there's a couple areas where it's referenced that some of the priorities or initiatives are temporarily paused. That doesn't mean that it's completely at a standstill. Like if there's still policy work or something, draft policy work going on in the background that administration is able to complete, that stuff continues. It's just, I guess, the way of expressing through the priorities chart that right now there's a lot of priority given to certain projects, i.e. specific land management policies and whatnot, over and above some of the other ones. Just a way of kind of emphasizing that, I guess. But yeah, the adjustments in blue is what is presented from this quarterly update perspective. Speak to any questions that council might have.
The silence isn't because we have questions, or that we aren't interested or don't have questions, but 1 week ago today, we spent quite a bit of time reviewing and discussing and making sure we were on track.
Specifically with respect to the now priorities, the one that's receiving the most, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody, the most attention from a resource perspective is the land management plan and policies. So.
All right. So if there are no questions, then I would look for a motion that the MD of Tabor approve the updated strategic priorities chart as presented.
I can move that the MD of Tabor approve the upcoming, or the quarterly strategic priority review as presented.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Okay, 11.2, bridge replacement on Range Road 19-0.
So this RFD in part is before council because we have had, I guess, a proposed adjustment in some of the projects or works that can be completed this construction season. And that is the project at hand. I'll let Corey speak to in more detail. Is the replacement or addressing of the bridge on Range Road 19-0. And I'll let Corey speak to that in more detail. We have some freed up capacity due to the ability to get a couple of more years out of the landfill cell in Enchant. So that's kind of what freed up the capacity to consider this in this construction season. But Corey can speak to that.
Yeah, thanks, Arliss. Like Arliss said, the construction crew was scheduled to do the landfill expansion in Enchant. We cleaned up the old cell. We got some more capacity out of it, which is good because the design portion of the new cell is taking longer than we had anticipated. Trying to jump through some hurdles with the government right now on creating a new cell. So that has delayed that project, which frees up their time. So I'm proposing to utilize that crew to replace this bridge on Range Road 19-0. It's just north of Township Road 10-0. We've been asking the government for funding for multiple years now. Since I've been here, we've been asking for funding for this bridge. Been unsuccessful to this point. It's something that our team can tackle themselves. We're not going to be putting it back as a bridge, a concrete bridge. It will be going back in as a culvert. So we've done this work on other projects in the MD of Tabor. I feel confident that the crew can handle this.
How many days do you think it's going to take to do that work?
It depends if the water's running or not. That's kind of the unknowns right now, and that's the reason I'm asking for an allocation of 200,000. Depends when we get there and whether the water's running. Depends how much extra effort we have to put into this project, so.
And you didn't quite answer it there, but when are you planning to, when do you envision doing this work? And the only reason I'm asking is it's such a busy road.
Yeah,
And I wouldn't want it to do it during the harvest season. So I mean, I know that we can't push it off forever, but it's such a busy road that during harvest season, I would hate to have you close the road for too long.
yeah, my thoughts are to start in November is when we'd start the project. The closer we get to freeze up, the less likely we have to deal with much water. So, but then we don't want to get too close into freeze up for construction either. So it's a fine line there.
So is this bridge one we toured a number of years ago? Does it have a wooden substructure then?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, okay.
So any other questions? It's just a movement of funds. And solves an issue that has been ongoing for a number of years.
I can give a motion that the municipal district of Tabor Council approve the allocation of $200,000 from the 2025 bridge replacement budget to complete the bridge replacement on Range Road 19-0 using internal staffing resources.
Any comments or questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, 11.3, Colview Excavating, approved contractor status.
Sorry, I'll have our Director of Municipal Operations speak to this RFD.
So Colview Excavating Limited, they applied to be an approved contractor as part of our approved contractor policy. It states that they have to fill out the application, they have to provide insurance, proof of insurance and WCB, as well as past experience. I did look through their past experience. Of course, they're not an approved contractor, so they can't do any right-of-way work in the MD of Tabor. They have done work outside of our right-of-ways for residents and farmers in the area. I did talk to the owner of Colview Excavating. He says that they have done approaches in the county of Lethbridge. They say they're pretty happy with the results. Colview Excavating owner assures me that we'll be pleasantly surprised by their work. So I'm proposing that we approve this. And as usual with any new contractor, we will monitor them closely for the first year. I did state that to the owner and he's fully prepared for that. So.
Okay.
So with that, I can give you the motion that the municipal district of Tabor approve Colview Excavating Limited for approved contractor tier 5 approval as outlined in the approved contractor policy.
Any questions or comments? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Okay, so 11.4, 11.5, 11.6. Yeah, those ones. Councillor Reynolds has made.
I'll excuse myself.
Thank you. They are regarding grazing lease assignments.
So with respect to the next three agenda items, 11.4 through 11.6, administration has received these requests for lease assignment part of the process does require a council resolution or confirmation in writing approving such. With that, I'll let Director of Community Services speak to them further.
Okay, thanks, Arliss. We have in front of us, and I'll just go start in the order in the agenda. We have one specific request from Wenborn Ranches with regards to their tax recovery lease. This is a portion of their tax recovery lease. Under the lease, you can see the Schedule B includes a number of leases that are under their lease. Schedule A. I'm sorry, correction. Out of that list of acres and locations, they're requesting that Section 32, 11 of 17 west of the 4th, East half 31, 1117 west of the 4th, and Southeast of 6, 1217 west of the 4th be assigned to Roy Bruin Holdings Incorporated as per the terms of the tax recovery grazing lease. Again, I mentioned that it is a portion of their lease, and that they do plan in association with the next lease to come to retain a portion of it as well. So this is only for a portion of that transfer. Would you like me to go through the next one as well, sir?
Just wondering, all these lands that are being spoken here or in front of us today, when is the expiry date on these leases?
They're all tax recovery leases, so February 28th, 2026.
And a follow-up to that would be, so on the current grazing leases, what is the date when which they have to have their cattle out of the leases?
We don't stipulate a grazing period. It's just based on allocation, so AUM, so they can use it anytime during the year.
I do think you can go through all of them, but I'm gonna share my main concern for this. So we know that the tax recovery grazing lease ends February 28, 2026. Council has been working through quite a few public consultations and reviews. And at last week's Committee of the Whole, a motion was made, Committee of the Whole motion 2025-76, that Committee of the Whole direct administration to draft transitional grazing lease agreement and grazing lease policy adjustment to be considered at a future Committee of the Whole meeting that addresses the following: establish a term of 5-year with the potential for a 5-year extension subject to tendered first right of refusal rate review at year 3. That motion was carried at Committee of the Whole. I did ask if the parties involved in these 3 lease assignments were made aware, and Arliss did let me know that they were, and I let council know that they were made aware of that motion. I think that is very relevant, that they understand that there could be a change, maybe not, but that is the motion that was carried by all of council on the last Committee of the Whole. It makes me feel, I'm concerned about others who are in our municipality, and I recognize my job is not, as a councillor, not to worry about other people's business transactions. But I did want to make sure that they understood potentially the way grazing leases may be handled in the future when we're down to the last 6 months of a grazing lease and what transactions are occurring. So I was pleased that they're made aware. I don't know if they have any concerns relevant to that or related to that possible change in how leases are handled, but it is important people understand that. Councillor Clausen.
So just for clarification, if we did follow that protocol, this would then be transitioning technically from a legacy and would be following the tendering out protocol, would it not?
If, it's tough to speak to because I have no idea where council's going, honestly and sincerely, I really have no idea where council will land on what they do for next steps in terms of grazing lands policies. But hypothetically, I guess, which I don't know if is best to speak to in a council meeting context, but it would be impacted the way it was discussed at committee of the whole.
Councillor Turcato.
So the current leases and the language in them, is it suggested that we accept all of these transfers, or do we have the ability to reject them in the language within the leases, or are we duty bound to allow these transfers?
It's a consideration in the lease to, if they're in good standing, that they have the ability to transfer or sell their leases, yeah. So we've never rejected one in the past if the recipients or the buyer and the purchaser are both in good standing, if it's never been denied.
Councillor Hildebrandt.
Maybe a couple of questions, but one just following up the comment there from the manager. What determines good standing? Is it purely financial, or are there some performative aspects to being in good standing as well? The other question is, it is stated that it's never been denied, but is there an obligation to approve a transfer? And then the last question I have is, being so close to the end of the expiry of the lease, are there any consequences or any obligations that would come with a transfer that close to a lease ending and expiring?
So the first question, I guess, was the terms of good standing. We've always determined that to be more or less financial, I guess, not owing any taxes, not having any any outstanding enforcement orders, utility accounts, the rent has been current, as well as they also are obligated to provide the MD an annual stock grazing report that says when and how many cattle were utilizing the pasture that year. So if we haven't received that, that would be considered not in good standing. And that's about the extent of that. The second question was whether we were obligated to do that, or is that the next one?
Yes, is there a legal
I guess
obligation?
I could turn it around to say, what grounds would we not allow that to happen? Why would we, if they are in good standing and it allows them in the lease, what's the purpose? What would be the rationale for not doing it, I guess?
To add to that, and staff can further ensure my comments are accurate. The process as outlined in the lease, from what I understand, requires a written approval from the municipal council as part of the transfer process. So I'm not saying that's an obligation. It's just outlined as a matter of process in the lease, from what I understand.
Councillor Harris.
So what's on the table from our committee of the whole, if I've got it in my mind correct, is that these leases, regardless of whatever these transactions might take place, in 5 years, it goes out to tender and they have the first right of refusal. Is that the way I understand it? So these leases that are in front of us technically expire in the 28th of February, 6 months from now, 5 months, whatever it is. but they automatically get it back at the new rates for 5 years. And after that, at the end of 5 years from now, so 2031, then it has to go out to tender. As long as I understand that.
Emphasizing that's hypothetical, like this is.
I know at this point, it's still somewhat of a hypothetical, but that's what we somewhat agreed to at committee of the whole. So if that becomes, if we approve that at that point in time, that's what's in front of these leaseholders. And so if they've been made aware of that, and they've spent money to buy and transact these things, that's on them.
Councillor Chikito.
So should we allow these transfers to go through, how much per AUM or per quarter would the municipality see as a revenue for the transfers?
I haven't.
It would be $68,250 would be the assignment fee for that one, due to the MD. The one from Windborne to the Cameron Colony with the assignment fees would be $15,750. And Windborne Ranch to Roy Bruin Holdings, assignment fee would be $39,900. So about $120,000, I guess, total, roughly.
So a follow-up question would also be, it hasn't been really answered in its entirety. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing this at this time, mainly because we don't know because of the precedence that's been set. We haven't really said that if we choose not to do this, that we won't be forced into it anyway. So I don't know that we need to have a better clarification of what the precedent-setting actions that we've done in the past, where everyone that's come forward we've approved. So I wouldn't feel comfortable in making a decision on either allowing or not allowing these at this time, because you're looking at a fairly significant transfer when there's only 6 months left. I don't know that they would then be able to get some type of I don't know. I just don't know what the repercussions might be for the money they're spending here. I'm quite bothered by it, actually.
To me, the 5-year transition period to the tender process was kind of a grace period, and this seems to be a bit of a workaround of it.
I think from a timing perspective, these were submitted before that
Okay.
conversation even happened, before the last committee of the whole.
Okay, because if these just came back to us, they would then be tendered out.
Right.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah, if they were surrendered at this point in time.
Yes.
But yeah, as far as, and staff, please correct me. When we receive these initial requests, they're probably better dated in some of the attachments, but I believe they were before that committee of the whole even took place.
Yeah, it was probably 3 weeks to a month prior to the last committee of the whole meeting.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable with them having more than 24 hours to review and I get it, that it's hypothetical and it may not pass at council, and call a special council meeting to deal with these once they've had a moment to review it. Because committee of the whole isn't a recorded meeting, there was no one in public here. Their request came prior to the motion, and this does definitely have potential implications on their operations. So that's just my concern. So I'll go to Deputy Reeve and then to Councillor Hildebrand.
They were notified of our committee of the whole, how many days ago?
We sent the resolutions to them yesterday,
Oh,
and I
yesterday.
talked to Mr. Winborn personally too. And he understands, and he said he wants to let them proceed.
Okay. And with that, I think if they're aligning their operations to meet, in their eyes, where the municipality feels our grazing lands should go in the future, I wouldn't stand in the way of it. If they've been to all our public hearings, they've well versed in the minutes that we brought forward, and if they see this as a point they need to go forward with, I would not stand in the way of it.
I'm gonna go to Counselor Hildebrandt first, then Arliss, then Counselor Harris.
It's a very odd situation to see this kind of positioning when there is no definitive direction from council regarding how these leases are going to be handled. It's not lost on me, Councillor Clausen's comments on what potentially could happen with these lands, given the current trajectory from Committee of the Whole resolutions. The transfer fees that were mentioned are only one aspect of it. The potential change of classification of the lands would be another financial impact on the MD as well. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and I don't know if I have enough information or have had enough time to really consider this properly to make a decision here today.
Thank you. I'll go to Arliss, then Counselor Harris.
It was just a general comment, regardless of outcome today. I think that out of an abundance of caution, that's the right word, there would still be a heavy emphasis in continuation of information sharing in terms of what council's looking at, right? So depending on a decision, whether it was in the negative or positive or a holding pattern, it would be communicated regardless before other parties proceed of what council's considering in terms of draft policy, right? So that's just more of a comment of, I expect on the administrative end, however this lands, there would still be an abundance of caution in terms of information sharing. That might help with other people's decision making, right? That's not meant to suggest one way or another. It's just actions we'll be taking regardless, which is continuation of the information sharing with respect to Committee of the Whole discussions and resolutions.
Counselor Harris.
I guess I'm going to talk about, I'm curious on administration's opinion on the risk that we would be taking one way or the other, either doing it or not doing it. And maybe you already answered that, Arliss, but I think these are smart guys. If they were willing to make these transfers and pay the fees and pay each other whatever they're paying each other, knowing that in 5 years, though council hasn't made a definitive decision yet, I guess I'm just concerned about what the risk might be of doing it or not doing it.
Yeah, with respect to, I guess, the most recent information sharing meeting that we had in July, it was made abundantly clear that these are draft stage proposals and nothing has been decided upon. So that's been made absolutely clear. Now, when it gets into the conversation of risk and potential damages and those kinds of discussions, I'm not equipped to answer that today. From a legal perspective, but I mean, Councillor Turcado's comments are somewhat poignant in terms of how does precedent come into play in terms of the past. That being said, precedent was likely set because of the existing lease agreements and terms, right? So it is, to use Councillor Hildebrand's word, it's odd. It's an odd scenario, and I don't think it was any, at least I can speak from the municipal perspective or administrative perspective, it wasn't any sort of strategic approach to put these forward through to council. It's just as we received them, we put them forward. So.
Brian, just for my benefit, basically Billy is consolidating around the Spruill lease, is that right? Is that that he's getting rid of some stuff that's farther away, but he's gaining what is closer to him, what he's already got, is that?
That's his motivation in this,
Right.
just so he doesn't have to travel north to check his cows
Right.
every day up, whenever it's
Right,
not substantial distance, but yeah, and then he shares a fence with the lease he's looking to purchase now. Yeah.
That's, he's
Yeah.
he's getting rid of stuff that's farther away, consolidating what's closer,
Right,
is
and just-
what
I think it's just an opportunistic time to do it because of what's happening with our leases and with the retirement of Mr. Douglas as well. Yeah.
Right.
So you speak of the good standing requiring a list of the cattle put in, when they're put in, when they're taken out. Has that been done by the numbered company in the last number of years?
He sold his cattle in 2024. I think it was, I don't know his reasons for sure for that. I mean, other than wanting to wind down his ranching operation, probably compiled that with drought. Like there was several ranchers that either reduced their herds or did full liquidations of their herds because of drought. Mr. Winborn being one of them. He slowly built his herd back up again after that, but he himself had sold his whole herd and herd dispersal and for that reason that it needed a break, and so he just did not have cattle on his pasture for a year, and several others did. Vauxhall Grazing, they have pastures that they haven't seen cattle for 2 to 3 years, just for those reasons of needing a break and rotations or just lack of water on some of their dugouts are dry. So just with the ongoing drought we've had, so for different reasons, people, it doesn't stipulate in our lease that we have put those terms into our new ones of 2 years, I think, and 1 year for cultivation, that if they're not utilized for the purpose, then we could terminate those leases, but there isn't such similar terms in our current tax recovery lease.
So the grazing report on those lands has been submitted every year.
Yep.
Well, I think there's a lot of value in the approach that these guys have worked between themselves on setting themselves up to the future of, like I said before, where the municipality goes. And with that, I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Taber approve the assignment of the Winborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease at section 321117 west of the forest, east half 311117 west of the forest, southeast 61217 west of the forest to Roy Bruin Holdings, Inc. as per terms of the Municipal District of Taber Tax Recovery Grazing Lease.
Okay, thank you for that motion. And as stated, the grazing lease ends February 28, 2026. That's the lease that we're referencing in this motion. Is that correct?
That's the expiry, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Turcado.
Could I ask that the votes be recorded?
Okay. So this time there is a motion on the floor that says that the MD of Taber approve the assignment of Winborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovery and Grazing Lease at section 321117 west of the 4th, east half 311117 west of the 4th, southeast 61217 west of the 4th to Roy Bruin Holdings as per the terms of the Municipal District of Taber tax recovery grazing lease. Any further questions or comments? Those in favor? Those opposed? So that motion fails. Do you have all those votes recorded? Okay. Okay, so then we will go on to the next motion, or the next item on the agenda, Winborn Ranch TR grazing lease assignment to Cameron Colony.
I'll give you the motion that the MD of Tabor approve the assignment of Wenborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease at Southwest 51117 west of the 4th, Southeast 51117 west of the 4th, and Southeast 81117 west of the 4th to Hatarian Brethren Church of Cameron as per the terms of MD of Tabor Tax Recovery Grazing Lease.
Okay, any comments or questions regarding the motion?
Again, I would ask that the vote be recorded.
Thank you. The motion on the floor reads that the MD of Tabor approve the assignment of the Winborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease, Southwest 51117 west of the 4th, Southeast 51117 west of the 4th, and Southeast 81117 west of the 4th to the Hatarian Brethren Church of Cameron as per the terms of the Municipal District of Tabor Tax Recovery Grazing Lease. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion fails. Okay, next item on the agenda is 11.6.
I'll give you a motion that the Municipal District of Tabor approve the assignment of the 314136 Alberta Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease to Winborn Ranch Limited as per the terms of the Municipal District of Tabor Tax Recovery Grazing Lease.
Thank you. Councillor Turcado.
Again, I'd ask that the vote be recorded.
Thank you. The motion has been read in. I'll read it one more time, but at this time, is there any questions or comments? For those watching, just so it's clear, when it is a tie, then the motion is defeated. So the motion reads that the MD of Tabor approve the assignment of the 314136 Alberta Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease to Winborn Ranch as per the terms of the Municipal District of Tabor Tax Recovery Lease. Any comments or questions? Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, that motion is defeated. Yes, please go get Marie. Okay, the next item is consideration of offer to purchase lot 18, block 12, plan 2310278, which is address 442 Pensacola Road, Hamlet of Enchant. And the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items are all, are you going to speak to all of them together, or, I know the motions have to be separate.
Yeah, I mean, we can speak, as part of the initial RFD here, there's two different purchasers, five lots that are
So,
offered to purchase from one individual, and then the other sixth lot from another individual. Yes, they will require all individual resolutions, but
yeah.
so.
So yes, and these lots are all in our new subdivision in Enchant?
Correct, yeah.
That's excellent to see. Okay, so we will go through them one by one. And then if you have questions or you need to ask anything, but the first 5 are by one purchaser and then the 6th one is a separate purchaser. So we're on a 13.7, lot 18, block 12.
I can give the motion. That's Municipal District of Tabor, accept the offer to purchase lot 18, block 12 plan 2310278, which is 442 Pensacola Road in the hamlet of Enchant, and the lot be sold to Surface Farms Limited for $41,562.68 plus GST of $2,078.13 for a total of $43,640.81, subject to approval of a development permit application by the Subdivision Development Authority, entering into a lot sales agreement, entering into a utility account, closure within 60 days, and payment in full of the purchase price.
Okay, any questions or comments?
I have a question with the wording in these motions. It says Subdivision Development Authority. Should that not be the Municipal Planning Commission?
I guess my reference would be, does the MPC bylaw define the MPC as the SDA? It's still called the Subdivision Development Appeal Board bylaw? Then it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions on the read-in motion to purchase lot 18, block 12, plan 2310278, 442 Pensacola Road for $41,562.68 plus GST for a total of $43,640.81 with all the conditions. Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Okay, 13.8.
I can give you the next one, that the Municipal District of Tabor accept the offer to purchase of lot 19, block 12, plan 2310278, which is 446 Pensacola Road in the hamlet of Enchant, and that the lot be sold to Surface Farms Limited for $41,563.28 plus GST of $2,078.16 for a total of $43,641.44, subject to approval of the development permit application by the Subdivision and Development Authority, entering into a lot sales agreement, entering into a utility account, closure within 60 days, and payment in full of the purchase price.
Any comments or questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Okay. 11.10.
I can move that Municipal District of Tabor accept the offer to purchase lot 20, block 12, plan 2310278, 450 Pensacola Road in the hamlet of Enchant, and that the lot be sold to Surface Farms for $41,562.68 plus GST of $2,078.13 for a total of $43,640.81, subject to approval of development permit application by the Subdivision Development Authority, entering into lot sales agreement, entering into utility account, closure within 60 days, and payment of full in purchase of the purchase price.
Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor?
In favor.
That is carried. Number 1111.
I can give you a motion that the municipal district of Tabor accept the offer to purchase lot 21, block 12, plan 2310278, 454 Pensacola Road in the hamlet of Enchant, and that the lot be sold to Surface Farms Limited for $41,562.68 plus GST of $2,078.13 for a total of $43,640.81, subject to the approval of a development permit application by the Subdivision and Development Authority, entering into a lot sales agreement, entering into a utility account closure within 60 days and payment in full of the purchase price.
Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Okay, next item.
Which one are we on here? Is this 1312?
Ah,
Just one moment.
for some reason.
We just did lot 21, correct?
That's right. So we're on lot 22 now.
Okay. Just one sec here.
Oh, it's just scroll. Yeah, it's.
I can muddle
Yeah,
through if you
I
want me
think
to
you,
try.
I think Counselor Harris has got it. We want to just make sure, based on the letter of offer, everything stands the same.
Yeah,
Other
I
than the
just-
lot number and the legal description?
Well, I need to double check the price.
Okay,
So is it in the agreement?
yeah, it does show the letter.
Okay, I'll go to the letter then.
Yeah,
There we go. Yep.
all right,
I'll
Counselor
I'll
Harris.
muddle through. I'll give you the motion that the MD of Tabor sells to Surface Farms Limited, lot 22, block 12, plan 2310278, which is 458 Pensacola Road in Enchant, for the price of $41,562.68, with GST payable of $2,078.13 for a total price of $43,140.81. Subject to entering into development application to the Subdivision Development Authority. Just hang on a sec. Entering into lot sales agreement, entering into a utility account, closure within 60 days, and payment in full of the purchase price. Does that work?
I think what we'll do is we'll wait for Lace to copy and paste it in, just so that I do, everything you read in is correct, Counselor Harris, but that way we'll just make sure that it gets to the right spot in the resolution. Okay, so the motion that was 43.6. Okay, so the motion was read in already, and it is on the screen in front of you, with the total purchase price of $43,640.81, which includes GST. for lot 22, block 12, plan 2310278, 458 Pensacola Road. Any comments or questions? Those in favor?
In favor.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Now we'll go to the offer to purchase lot 29, block 12.
I just have a question. Previously, we sold 2 lots or 1 lot?
I think it was just one. Snap here, Bryce.
You thought it was sold?
Yeah, so we sold 1 lot at the same time.
Yeah, Bryce, Director of Community Services can speak to that.
That's what it is. I know the guy that bought the other lot, but I'm not sure which one.
I propose we take a 5-minute recess and then we'll get things straightened out.
Sell it twice, that's good.
Better if you sell it 5 or 6 times. I don't think it's legal on right. It's really a business model, it's just not legal. And those should, there's
Okay, we're ready to resume. Oh, that's what I had assumed.
Yeah, so we had posted just the. So the map represents just a single lot sold prior to. This lot number 29 was posted for sale, but is being sold after it wasn't finalized the purchase. And Brian's just double checking the details on when that was done, but just to make sure that we're in alignment with the sales that are online. So the lot 29 is available for sale. It is posted as sold online already, but it is being sold. It is being proposed today for sale. And there's only one other lot that was sold prior to this six pack of lots.
Okay, so the offer to purchase, we don't have a resolution, the same thing, but on the page we do for lot, or let me just see right now. Yeah, number 29, sorry. So all those factors for lot 29, block 12 are correct? Okay,
I can move that municipal district of Tabor accept the offer to purchase lot 29, block 12, plan 2310278, 486 Pensacola Road in the hamlet of Enchant, and that the lot be sold to Jacob and Marie Giesbeck for $45,889.07 plus GST of $2294.45 for a total of $48,183.52, subject to approval of development permit application by the subdivision development authority, entering into a lot sales agreement, entering into utility account closure within 60 days of payment of full of the purchase price.
thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Okay, the next item on our agenda is development application for direct control.
Yeah, Reeve Menega, this should actually be
Oh, yeah,
be deferred until after the
to
the related development hearing.
okay,
However,
so,
still in a council meeting context, but
right, so we'll leave that. We can go on to bylaws, though. We'll move down to 14. Is that okay?
perfect, yeah.
Okay, so, and just for those who are watching, those hearings are scheduled for this afternoon. So bylaw number 2022, irrigation project borrowing bylaw.
So the general summary before I pass to our Director of Corporate Services. This is a proposed borrowing bylaw for consideration with respect to, again, a project or joint irrigation development project between the MD of Tabor and Bow River Irrigation District. And it's proposed that the borrowing bylaw authorize up to $6 million for borrow. I will have our Director of Corporate Services address the difference of the maximum interest rate outlined in the RFD versus the maximum interest rate outlined in the attached bylaw. So I'll pass that to him at this time.
Thank you. As you know, a borrowing bylaw must be passed in order to borrow funds for a project. In the RFD, I entered $6 million for a term of 15 years at a maximum rate of 5%. In conversations with different lenders, they provided some other borrowing options. However, those rates could be, at this time, if borrowed today, would be higher than 5%. However, in that type of borrowing, it'd be a line of credit, so there's a more flexibility on payback at a faster rate. So while it may be a higher rate, the payback period is shorter, and so there's the cost effectiveness would then be realized in the time rather than over the rate lowering. Whereas a fixed term one might be a set rate for 15 years, but then there's no opportunity for increased payback speed. In the bylaw, as long as it often in conversations with the loans to local authorities at the province or with and the legal counsel I consulted on this for this bylaw, they often say put a higher interest rate than you intend to use because it allows you that flexibility to find a different lender or whatever and use those terms. So it has to be within those parameters. Again, with the project, if we don't need to borrow $6 million, we don't borrow $6 million. We borrow up to what is necessary, but it allows for the parameters. The parameters allow for whatever borrowing needs are required for the project. And then again, with borrowing bylaws, they require, if they're being borrowed for over 5 years, they have a timeline of steps that must be followed. Following first reading, there's a couple of weeks of advertising of the bylaw. And then following the closing of that advertising period, there's a petition period for 15 days. And once that closes, then second and third reading can occur. Following second and third reading, there's a 30-day court application period, following which the loan then is active as long as no challenges have been made. So if first reading is done today and that guideline is followed along with that timeline is followed along with the current set council meeting dates, then the bylaw would be active on November 14th.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes. So the 15-year maximum term, is that by legislation, or is that just something that's written into the bylaw?
That is just written into the bylaw. The timeline can be whatever council would desire. Yeah, it's just a choice in the bylaw.
Yep.
Sorry. A couple of questions, and I apologize if I don't remember what we discussed at committee of the whole. First, a breakdown of the actual cost. Is road construction cost built into it? Are we building roads with our own forces, or are we tendering that out? Is that part of the $6 million that we're talking here? Or are we just talking about pivots, pumps, and pipelines and whatnot?
We're speaking very generally about, excuse me, we're speaking very generally about the MD's share of total project costs. So that's everything.
So road construction is part of that 11.5 million.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily indicate that that is how council will absolutely fund it, whether it's through this loan or through other measures. It's just establishing the loan bylaw for that particular project. At the end of the day, depending on how council budgets certain aspects of the project, we end up borrowing what is determined needed, so long as it falls within the parameters of this loan bylaw.
And my last question is, we've roughly, where did I read this? Sorry. I guess my question in a nutshell can be answered. Are we, all the rent or proceeds from rent going into the loan to pay it off as quick as we can, or are we just paying off what we have to and putting the rest of the money into operations or into the general budget?
That's what the change in the percentage one kind of contemplates. Typically, in the past, the MD has gone through the loans to local authorities or the Alberta Capital Finance Authority. And in those cases, you borrow a sum of money for a set term at a set rate. In conversations I had with our banking services, they said you could go with a line of credit. In that sense, they only require you to make a payment of the minimum, which is just the interest amount. So all of the revenue that would be received from the project on a line of credit one could be applied to the loan as it's received. If it was on a fixed term debenture, you pay what is the amount for that given year. If your revenues are in excess of that year, you can't put that towards the loan without paying some sort of penalty. There'd be no on the flexible side, there's no penalties for early payment. On the less flexible side, there are.
So I guess my question is, are we going to pay this off as fast as we can? That's the goal here.
And some of those details are yet to be determined by council, quite honestly. This is just to get, as noted in the RFD, this is to start the process, because these take a bit of a lengthier time to pass and become active. But there's aspects of the project in terms of, for example, your first question about funding the road portion of the project. How do we fund that? Whether it's through partnership contribution, a combination of partnership contribution, potential grant funds, that will be established through, I guess, future decisions of council. in the meantime, and then on terms of council's approach to payback on any sort of loan that is pulled by the MD of Tabor. Again, another decision point for council to consider in the future.
Okay, I'll go Counselor Chikado, then Counselor Hildebrand.
My question is on the listed maximum rate. You said that you were getting quotes of above 5%. So is what's in this bylaw, is that sufficient at 5%?
The RFD has 5, the bylaw has 10%. There was the bylaw, draft bylaw presented, I changed that to 10%. The RFD does say 5%, but the bylaw does say 10%.
Yeah,
That rate would be.
They weren't consistent. The RFD wasn't consistent with the bylaw.
Counselor Hildebrand?
Kind of a similar strategy, I think, maybe as is being put with the maximum interest rate. Perhaps the amortization period for the loan could have a similar strategy. There's other ways to have repayment opportunities at various times just by having various tenures of notes. But to be constrained to only 15 years, I think may limit some of the flexibility. And, you know, maybe we'll have 10 years, maybe 15, but would it make some sense to not have the maximum term of the loan at 15 years, but something longer?
Speak to that, Mike.
That could be a decision that could be deliberated and decided on, that, and that would be, again, it's one of those, it's setting the outside parameters. As long as it's within whatever that time period is allows for that flexibility or timelines for the payback of the loan.
If something did happen that the 15 years became a challenge, given it as a bylaw, it would be a bit of a legislative process to try to extend the term of the loan. Might be better to provide that flexibility up front and then trying to achieve it at a later date.
If the loan were to be taken from the Alberta Capital or the Loans to Local Authorities group, they must be in increments of 5 years up to 30 years. And so if there is a change to be made, it would just have to be on I would recommend it being a change on a either 20 or 25 or 30 year for that line then.
Yeah, and I think to Arliss's point, council has yet to have the discussions on how we're going to do the payback, how we're going to do the money, what our plans are. But we do know we need to borrow. It makes sense to borrow the money for this project. And this sets the outside parameters. Go ahead.
So with what Councillor Hildebrand has brought forward, would it be too challenging to change that to 20 years? Just in the motion as we read it out, or is that something would have to come back, or how would that be?
I think you would identify that as council's preferred amendment. So, and then you would read first reading as amended, whatever that number is.
I'll hear the motion that council give first reading to bylaw number 2022, borrowing bylaw irrigation project.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? The motion reads that council give first reading to bylaw number 2022, borrowing bylaw irrigation project. Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, the next bylaw is bylaw number 2021, MD of Tabor Airports Committee bylaw.
So with respect to the proposed initial readings of Airports Committee Bylaw number 2021, if you kind of compare it with the current bylaw that's in place, it's I would say it's rather time or due for a review at this point in time. Our Director of Community Services will kind of reference some of the key and primary changes that are being proposed, but it has been quite some time since it has been, I guess, reviewed in some element of depth. So, Bryce.
So yeah, there's we did highlight a few key aspects of the committee, the previous Taber and District Airport Commission bylaw, changed to what we're referring to it as we're proposing to refer to it as the MDT Airports Committee bylaw. That's intentional. That is to include the town of Vauxhall as a participant as well. And so there is an expansion of the representation on the board that's being proposed. There's the intent is to look at both airports as airports rather than independent of each other in the MD of Taber. So that would include the town of Vauxhall Airport as well as the Taber Airport. There's some proposals as far as representation goes as with respect to board members that are being proposed. So expand, so looking at 7 board members, 5 at large, 4 members, 3 at large, 4 members, let me start all over here. 4 members at large on the committee and 3 representatives from the municipalities. So we would end up with 7 members. And so that would be a change. We also are proposing a 4-member quorum. So that would propose a quorum of 4 for decision making and for a council or for committee quorum. There would also be again mentioned that there's inclusion of the Taber Airport and Vauxhall Airport, and to ensure that the committee is functioning as a committee of council. So to ensure that there's some opportunities to review budget, provide recommendations back to the municipalities, and that the whole collaborative partnership approach to the airport as a region. We again, we did mention that the name change is Airports Committee, and so that is intentional, and that's what's being proposed today with a draft bylaw that was reviewed by a committee of the whole, with a recommendation to come forward to council with readings of the bylaw today.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the proposed bylaw? Councillor Hildebrand.
So under paragraph 7, so the committee just comes with proposals to council regarding expenditures. So are they also doing the same with the partner municipalities, or how does this intermunicipal aspect work on this committee?
So when we met as the current Taber and District Commission, Airport Commission, it was discussed. We just actually discussed that quite a bit. Took a look at the participation, and the current participation is been the town of Taber along with the MD of Taber on the commission. We gave opportunity for all of the partners to speak on behalf of their municipalities, and it was a pretty open conversation with regards to just the opportunities that could exist in the region, and even potentially some cost sharing. I'd venture to say some cost sharing. At this point in time, the MD of Taber, it is a budget item for the MD of Taber on its own, although the partnering aspect was emphasized at the committee or at the commission meeting. And we are proposing that although it is a committee and that it make recommendation to councils, that we would likely have opportunities where the member municipalities would go back to their boards or their municipalities and make recommendation for additional budget if those opportunities represented those partnerships. We're able to take those back to their respective municipalities. So I know, sorry, that's a little bit What do you bet?
So the discussions have taken place, and from a partnership perspective on certain cost-sharing funding initiatives. However, clearly, right now, it's a uniquely MD of Tabor expense. And there's no formal cost share commitment from the other representatives, from the other municipalities.
So then, just for clarification, like this bylaw defines the MD of Tabor's interaction with the committee, and then each other municipality will have to come to their own terms as far as how they're defining their interaction with the committee.
They would each appoint a representative from each of the municipal partners for the committee, and that individual would be present at the committee meetings and represent their municipality, and then would be tasked with communicating back to their municipality with any further requests. And they would come in the form of recommendations, similar to our other committees, where they would make a recommendation on future direction for that particular initiative, which would be the airports in this case.
So yes, to Councillor Hildebrand's question, each of the municipalities will have to determine how they will interact within the parameters of this bylaw.
Yeah, how or if even.
Yep.
Because we can't determine what they're going to do, but we're providing the opportunity here.
Correct.
I guess I would sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
I was just gonna say, it's an opportunity to work regionally rather than just the municipality. Up until this last meeting, the town was not there. And up until this last meeting, the town of Vauxhall hadn't been invited. So it's just trying to look at the airports in the municipality more from a regional perspective. And if we can, at some point, do an expansion of the airport, there could very well be some support from our regional partners. But at least we're moving in a direction of working regionally rather than just, the MD still has control of it at this point in time and is responsible to fund and take care of it. But we're trying to expand that to look at it more regionally. And that might mean some more changes in the future. But at least right now, we've brought 2 more partners on side to look at things from a regional perspective rather than just a municipal perspective.
And with that, are you prepared to?
And give the motion that Municipal District of Tabor give first reading to Airports Committee Bylaw number 2021, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Okay, any questions or comments? Those in favor?
In favor.
That is carried. To have appetite to continue?
Yeah, I'll give you a motion that the Municipal District of Tabor give second reading to the Airports Committee Bylaw number 2021, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Those in favor of second reading? That's
In
carried.
favor.
I can give you the motion that the MD Tabor consider 3 readings of the Airport Committee Bylaw number 2021 in the same meeting, which would require unanimous consent.
Thank you. Those in favor of moving to third reading? Those opposed? Councillor Hildebrand, I just need to know your vote. This one is quite particular.
We can move on to.
So you're,
Sorry about that.
you're voting in
We
favor?
can move on. In favor, yeah. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. That motion is carried to consider third reading.
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor give the third and final reading to Airports Committee bylaw number 2021, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Those in favor of third reading?
In favor.
That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we can't, the next item on the agenda has a public hearing at 1 o'clock. So then we would move on to 13 policies. So council remuneration policy 13.1.
So at this stage in having this particular policy reviewed at committee of the whole, there were some suggested amendments and those have been incorporated here. I believe we have some red line reference to those changes. More so around, I guess, process and approval process for councilors as well as for the reeve being submitted to the, to the deputy reeve for approval, and then having those ultimately submitted initially to the corporate services for processing by payroll.
Yeah, just for those who are following the agenda, D, A, B, and C, well, D, A, and B are the practice that we have currently adopted, but it wasn't in policy, so we felt it should be reflected there. And then the other was to help our financial records stay current by having your per diem submitted on time. Any other questions on the remuneration policy? It does get reviewed every year prior to the organizational meeting. It is an awkward one because we are looking at our own. We know our neighbors reached out for some public consultation with no input at all. So this is quite reflective, and we have done quite a bit of research in the past on municipalities of the same size. So with that, I'll make the motion, just because it's such an awkward one to make, that the Municipal District of Tabor adopt the 2026 council remuneration policy as presented. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, record management policy.
Yeah, so this RFD has also been reviewed at the committee of the whole stage and is being referred and recommended for council consideration. I will have our legislative and corporate affairs officer speak to kind of the overarching differences between what's being proposed with this policy and what is currently in place.
Yeah, so as the record management team has become more familiar with our primary record management software, and knowing that this policy was up for review, we took the opportunity to draft a more user-friendly Schedule A, easier to find things, easier to file documents. It's a little less granular and specific and more generalized. Administration is recommending that the Schedule A, which is currently adopted by council, be incorporated into the directive, which would be authorized by the CAO. So this would allow the CAO to make minor adjustments, reclassifying a document, recognizing maybe a new record, but also ensuring that compliance with the minimal retention standards are being met. The record retention team also recognizes that there's value in retaining records for longer periods of time than what is proposed in the records retention recommendation document by the Alberta government. specifically documents related to infrastructure, buildings, developments. So that is reflected in the new proposed Schedule A. We did seek legal opinion to ensure that there would be no risk to the MD if we did that, retaining records longer than what is proposed in that document. And we also seeked legal opinion to ensure that our draft Schedule A meets at least the minimum requirements of what's recommended, and it does. The draft policy was presented to the Committee of the Whole on August 12th and was recommended to Council for consideration.
Thank you.
I asked this at Committee of the Whole, but the auto delete after 5 years is takes away the labor in doing it, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't automatically do it, but it does, it sets a timer and then we are, yeah. Are you sure that this is what your policy states? And from there we can click a button and it's very simple.
Is there a mandate to keep any paper copies of any kind?
There are some legislative requirements that require you to keep physical documents, specifically minutes, bylaws, I believe. I don't have the whole list off by heart, but majority of our documents can be kept digitally now, and that is considered an official record.
Okay, thank you.
So when you ask legal opinion of maintaining records beyond the time or the time suggested by the Alberta government, so should there be records that aren't available for whatever reason that have exceeded the required amount of time, there's no risk to us if we can't provide those? Because our policy then, it goes beyond the Alberta government, if you know what I'm saying?
I think so. If our policy states that we are holding a record permanently and say someone is requiring to see that document through a FOIP request of some kind, we would have to supply it. So
what if we can't? Because we've exceeded the required amount of time. So for whatever reason, we can't provide it because something has happened, so are we setting a bar that's going to put us into jeopardy? That's my concern, into legal jeopardy by setting the bar higher than what's required. I understand meeting the provincial requirement, but going beyond that just to be good people or whatever, I just don't want to put ourselves in jeopardy.
The context behind which certain record retention types are kept on a permanent basis, we're more so specified in the context of operational continuity. So that's where it kind of landed on things like development permits, things like that. So they actually have history of that particular property if something were to come up. So that was kind of the basis or rationale behind which some of those permanent related record management types or record retention types were discussed. As far as going above and beyond the recommended retention schedule, yeah, that question was asked of legal, and from a risk perspective or a liability perspective, they said you would have greater liability. From what I understood of their opinion, you'd have greater liability if you were under the expected guideline. Sorry, the recommended guideline for retention. And if the record doesn't exist, I don't know if this is answering your question or not, John or Councillor Takeido, but if the record doesn't exist, we can't produce something that doesn't exist, right? So.
And that's my fear, is that something happens to our system or whatever, and we've lost some documents, that someone comes to us with a FOIP request, says, you keep this indefinitely, and now I want access to it, and because you can't provide it, is there, what happens in that case?
I guess you would just provide that explanation. It would go through an access to information process, and we would follow it. Invariably, I'm sure a scenario like that will happen. So.
I give you the motion that the municipal district of Taber adopt the record management record management policy as presented.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That is carried. Okay, it's 3 minutes to 12. Usually we take the full hour for lunch. Is that what people would like to do? Or do you want
Well, we
to
might
come
as well
back?
start at 1 because of the
Hearings. Okay,
hearings.
and the reason I'm asking is Councillor Hildebrandt wanted confirmation. So we'll resume at 1 with those public hearings. I think, do you want to go and do the investment policy? You think you can do that in a timely fashion?
Hypothetically, yes.
All right, you're up, Director Passy.
You forget that I could draw out the fun aspects of the municipality.
We'll see what you got.
So similar to the other policies, continuation of policy review and updating. At the committee of the whole, it was compared with, or even in this package here, compares our current policy to our proposed updated policy. And I'll let Director Passy speak to that.
Yeah, so we took the feedback from the committee of the whole and changed the policy in itself is unchanged except for the end regarding the reporting. We changed the terminology from reporting to council on a regular basis to the quarterly basis to be incorporated into the quarterly reports. Apart from that, there hasn't been any other changes made to it. Again, this policy just allows us for more flexible investing than what the current policy does.
Thank you. Any questions to Director Passy on the proposed investment policy? Councillor Clausen.
I can move that council adopt the revised investment policy number 12-024.
So I think we're okay to leave out revised, Councillor Clausen, just for the fact that it's the new one that's presented. Is that okay with you? Perfect. Okay, so that the MD of Tabor adopt the record management policy as presented. Any questions? Investment policy. That's why I'm those in favor. That's carried. Okay, so we will recess until 1 p.m. where we will start with the public hearing for the bylaw number 2018, followed by the development hearing for direct control at 1:30. Okay. So the MD of Tabor has a public hearing for bylaw number 2014, the land use bylaw amendment. So we will pardon? 2018. And so right now, introduction to those present who either support or oppose the bylaw. I don't see anyone outside and online. Is it just our own people?
With respect to online registrants, we received 0 online registrants, and then
Okay.
those in attendance or not in attendance are in the galleries.
Okay, so then we will not do introductions. So now at this time, I'll ask administration or the planning team to read the purpose of the bylaw and outline details of the bylaw.
The details that the planning advisor will outline will also include application commentary and I guess ultimately summary of what was included with respect to comment received from relevant agencies as well. So our planning advisor on behalf of administration will review that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The proposed bylaw before you for the public hearing is bylaw number 2018. And it's a proposal to redesignate a portion of Lot 1, Block 11, Plan 0712622, adjacent to the hamlet of Enchant. And the proposal is to redesignate approximately 12.42 acres from hamlet industrial to rural agricultural, which is consistent with the agricultural use of the land, and then also adjust the boundary of the hamlet of Enchant to align with that northeast boundary of Lot 1, Block 11, Plan 0712622 accordingly. The item received first reading by council back in July, and so this is the public hearing for consideration of the rezone and hamlet boundary adjustment. The existing parcel contains approximately 133 acres, and historically, the portion of property that's being considered for rezoning and adjustment of the hamlet boundary was the old station grounds for the railway that used to run through Enchant and parallel to the property. So at that time, the Enchant boundary was actually aligned with the southern boundary of that station ground plan. And then in 2004, there was a subdivision that was undertaken by the MD of Tabor and the applicant, Mr. Stamp, to readjust and realign parcel boundaries. And at that time, the portion of station grounds that is currently zoned hamlet industrial was not redesignated, but was incorporated into Mr. Stamp's property. So to the resultant 133 acres. So since the removal of obviously that railway and then the readjustment of the parcel boundaries, the property is irrigated and has been used consistently for agricultural use. And so the request is to redesignate that portion back to rural agriculture and adjust the boundary accordingly. So as part of the public notification process for the public hearing, the bylaw was circulated to applicable review agencies, which in this case included Bow River Irrigation District, ATCO Gas and Pipelines, TELUS Communication, Blue Sky Resources, and Alberta Transportation. And of those agencies, only one comment was received, and that was from Alberta Transportation, which is included in your attachment. And Alberta Transportation indicated no issues or concerns with the redesignation of the hamlet boundary, or sorry, with the redesignation and or the hamlet boundary adjustment. And so pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, the department also expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways, and expects that the municipality would mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on local road connections. So those are kind of their standard responses, identifying no issue or concern with the proposal. Landowners adjacent to the subject property were also notified for the redesignation, And as of the date of this public hearing, we're not in receipt of any comments or questions or concerns from any persons notified. The public hearing was advertised in the Vauxhall Advance, both on August 7th and the 14th. And persons were given the opportunity to register to participate in public hearing digitally if they wished. And as you're aware, no one registered for that. So from a planning perspective, we don't see any issues or concerns with the proposal. And we're recommending that council give consideration to passing second and third reading, which would redesignate that portion of property and adjust the hamlet boundary accordingly.
Thank you. So I will just follow my sheet. Comments for those in support of the bylaw. Comments for those opposing the bylaw. Council, do you want to ask any questions of the administrators, the planner? And you didn't have anyone who spoke in favor or opposition. So, Council, do you have any questions?
I'm sure we've discussed this before. Nobody sees the need for these industrial lots going into the future.
Can you go to the schedule that shows the diagram of what's being proposed to be redesignated? So the portion on this map that's just north of the orange line is where the industrial parcels are currently. So everything south would be agricultural. And so if there were any further subdivision at that location, given the location, we'd ask the landowner to provide a conceptual scheme to make sure that whatever's being proposed down here wouldn't negatively affect expansion in the hamlet in the future. And so there had been discussions with the landowner, and that's, you know, something that council can consider in the future, is possibly coming up with a bit of a scheme for what might occur on this large 132 acre piece property, and then eventually adjusting the hamlet boundary to a greater extent to incorporate those uses. So, you know, whether or not there is availability of services and so on and so forth. But yes, this is a property that has significant potential for development in the future. But currently just having this strip of industrial land isn't, it doesn't make any sense from a planning perspective because access is very limited, and it also incorporates, you can't really see, but can you shift it a little further so it would go this way so you can see the west portion of the property? It's not showing the aerial photo, but this portion off on the northwest corner actually incorporates a piece of sort of the farmstead, and so there's some improvements in there. And so logically, it just doesn't make sense to have that strip zoned industrial.
All right, thank you. Like I said, I just looking ahead, is there need for more industrial? But if that...
There is, yes, so there is a need for more industrial, but in this configuration, this isn't suitable.
Underneath that old rail bed, probably just, there was a culvert underneath there that, back when we had the 2018 flood, the water off that land was running into the hamlet and around the fuel station. I think back, wasn't there a gate or something put on it that could shut off? But I'm just wondering, is that gate would be on their side then, or our side, or?
I don't know if Public Works would know anything about that.
I don't even know.
Memory to it. I know what you're talking about. I don't believe there's a.
I don't recall seeing a gate on either end of that pipe. If it is, it's on the field side, I guess. If there was.
Yeah, 'cause some of that field was kind of contoured or landscaped to flow a different direction.
So the rezone won't change ownership. So right now, the applicant owns that portion, even if there was a gate. It's still going to be, it won't change ownership, and it's just changing the zoning. So certainly, if there's other considerations that we need to talk to Mr. Stamp about outside of the rezone, we can certainly do that to make sure there's appropriate easements or whatever is necessary to make sure that that flow and the infrastructure is protected.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions from council? So do you feel you have understanding and you have all the information you need before we close the public hearing? So with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn the public hearing.
I'll give you
Or
a
to
motion.
close the public hearing,
I'll
sorry.
give you a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, those in favor?
In favor.
Okay, I would propose we return to council meeting and go to item number 12.3 on the paper copy, which is bylaw number 2018, the amendment bylaw. So we have had first reading, we had the public hearing, it is closed. And so if council is prepared, then we could consider second and third reading.
I can give you the motion that municipal district of Tabor gives second reading to bylaw number 2018 to amend land use bylaw number 2011, effective third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried.
I'll give you a motion that the MD of Tabor give third and final reading to bylaw number 2018 to amend land use bylaw 2011, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion, which is the third and final reading? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. We have 18 minutes before the development hearing, so I suggest we continue on with the agenda, and at close to 1:30, then we'll recess council. So we're moving on to 13.4 Hamlet Recreation Equipment Maintenance Policy.
So again, excuse me, as part of our regular review of policy, the Hamlet Recreation Equipment Maintenance Policy has been reviewed and gone through that process since the time it was in place. Yes, MD operations have changed and no longer, this policy ultimately is no longer relevant and something that the MD no longer actually does. So it's proposed for cancellation.
Thank you.
I can give you the motion that the municipal district of Tabor cancel the Hamlet recreation maintenance policy outlined in attachment A.
Any questions or comments on the cancellation of the Hamlet Recreation Maintenance Policy? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Q. 13.5 Prohibited Noxious and Noxious Weed Control Policy.
Yes, the policy and proposed changes to this policy have come and come through and been reviewed by the Agricultural Services Board, and currently are in a place of recommendation to council for consideration. I can have Corey speak to the proposed changes in a bit more detail.
The main changes are just to make the policy clear, outline some of the specific guidelines that the Alberta Weed Control Act governs. So.
I can move that the MD of Tabor, Municipal District of Tabor, approve the changes in the prohibited noxious and noxious weed control policy as outlined in attachment A.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in policy motion? Those in favor?
In favor.
It's carried. Okay, we'll go to the consent agenda exemptions, which is related to the milkweed.
Is that there is one additional policy for?
Oh, yeah. I was just thinking that will take too long, but that's
fine.
Okay. Yes, but I guess I was just thinking it would get interrupted, but we'll do that. And then we'll still have to pause at the halfway. So cultivated lands policy.
Yeah, I will be recusing myself for this as I have a financial interest in MD of Tabor cultivated lands.
Thank you. Turn this over to Arliss.
Yeah, so this is one of the policies that makes up part of the land management plan and strategy that council's been working on over the last 18 months approximately. It's gone through multiple committee of the whole reviews, multiple public engagement sessions and information sharing sessions. So it is before council for consideration of adoption, the proposed cultivation lands policy that it's called, as well as through separate motion accompanying and coordinated cultivation land lease policy as well, specific to the MD of Tabor lands. So Bryce, if you had any more detail you wanted to add, feel free.
Just that the as at the last committee of the whole meeting on we identified, or the council identified, committee identified change in eligibility requirements to be included as part of the changes and amendments, and so that included identifying residents or property owners, and then some changes to the actual policy with regards to numbering and the order, just simply the order of occurrence. The content itself didn't change, just the numbering and the ordering of items, and more particularly with land sales being put near the end of the actual policy itself, so that it was so that the actual policy was focused on leasing, and then the sales were at the end.
Just a question on number 12, under assignments, there's no assignments. What happens if a person has at least passed away, then it comes back to the municipality, or is it their family said you can't assign, sublet, or transfer cultivation lease?
In the policy or the lease, sorry.
In the policy.
Guess if it's to a company or something, I guess the company carries on, but if it's to a sole individual, what happens then if it was leased for 3 or 5 years or what?
I think that's the direction what we heard about these, because they're going to be tendered every 5 years, that you're not ongoing leases, then that takes away the ability to assign to somebody else in your family, is what I recall as being the discussion.
What I'm interpreting it as is if I had the contract and I passed away in year 2, could my family continue on to year 5 or a close relative to finish out the contract, or is it at the end of that season null and void?
The lease doesn't address it specifically.
It doesn't address it, I guess, it depending who's in, what name is on that lease. If there's a son and a father, or father and son, then one passes away, I assume it continues. But if it's just in one name, or in a corporation, in that corporation, there's more than one individual, being that it might be a family farm. I would interpret that as being a continuation, but
In that type of a scenario, I would honestly refer it to it being a matter of law. Like, I'm sure the law has precedent, and again, I can't speak to it in detail, but I'm sure the law has precedent in terms of how the duration of that lease would and could be handled, so.
It is a good question, right? Because someone has the misfortune of, or good fortune of death, depending on how you see it. You know, especially if it's like mid-season or something, all of these things that we think about. But so you feel that there's a practice of law that would manage it, and that this agreement wouldn't?
Well, I don't know how that would direct it, but that's where we would turn to if we don't expressly address it. Right?
Yeah, because if the tenant is no longer with that, yeah.
It's not going to be the first lease ever that has encountered that type of a scenario.
Okay,
If it's an individual who carries it on.
that's what,
I mean, if there's more than one person named on the lease, there's somebody to keep it going. But if it's an individual, they probably want to get the estate wrapped up as soon as they could. The other thing that I've noticed, and maybe I'm being crazy here, but under 13B2, council will determine if grazing land should be sold. I think it should be cultivation lands should be sold.
Yeah.
so is there, guess, go ahead, Councilor Takeda.
I was just gonna give the motion that the municipal district Tabor approve the draft cultivated lands policy attachment B.
With
Attachment
corrections.
with the corrections, and that the vote be recorded.
Okay. So at this time, I'll continue to answer, take any questions or comments regarding the cultivated lands policy attachment B. Oh, going once. All right, so the motion is that the municipal district of Tabor approve the draft cultivated, do I just say cultivated lands policy? Take out the word draft. The cultivated lands policy with the changes attachment B. Those in favor? That motion is carried. All right, and now we are on the cultivated lands lease, which is attachment C.
It's not here.
Any questions or comments or statements that administration would like to make?
One statement, and I'm just reemphasizing what's in the policy, is that the policy is the guideline as it relates to administration of cultivation lands owned by the MD of Tabor in this case. And it's the lease that primarily defines the terms and conditions of the arrangement, of the agreement. And our policy expressly states that as well at the end. Right there in balls. This is what I'm trying to simply reemphasize, the bolded comment.
And the bolded comment reads, this policy does not represent a comprehensive itemization of all the terms and conditions as described in the MD of Tabor cultivation lease.
So the reason I'm emphasizing it is just because it identifies or further expounds upon the relationship between the lease and the policy.
Mm-hmm.
As such, should the policy be named in that statement?
This policy? It references this policy.
This is the lease itself.
No, this isn't the
Oh,
lease.
this isn't the lease.
That's the policy document. Sorry.
So now we're
on.
Yeah.
Sorry, specific to the lease, I was emphasizing that because it's the lease that really, I don't like using this word, but it's really the lease.
That's the primary legal document.
That's supremacy-based document, yeah.
Yes. Okay, we've spent a great deal of time as council with the support of the research done by administration, with multiple consultations with our public on this cultivated lands lease. So, yeah.
I will give you a motion that the municipal district of Tabor approve cultivated land lease attachment C to take effect upon expiry of current leases.
Thank you. Any questions? Motion reads that the municipal district of Tabor approve the cultivated lands lease attachment C to take effect upon expiry of current leases. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay. Yeah, I missed text him. Okay, So then at this time, I would we'll recess council. And we're going to move into the development hearing that is scheduled for 1:30. That is a development application for direct control. So at this time, I'll call the development hearing to order.
We maybe just confirm that Councillor Hildebrand is indeed here.
Oh, yes, he has.
Okay.
To me.
Perfect.
Okay, so the development hearing. So this time, do we have anyone registered online?
No one registered online.
Okay, so we will skip the board members' introduction, and there's no one to object to any of the board members. So at this time, the planner and development officer to provide information on the development application.
Thank you. I'll just be reading some of the summary there in the request for decision. The property owner at Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 9611496 within Northwest 8, 9, 16 west of the 4th, 164073 Township Road 92 is applying for a development permit in order to install a 4.68 kilowatt AC, 5.85 kilowatt DC roof mount solar array on land designated direct control. The direct control provides a means for council to regulate and control the use of development on land and buildings within a specific area of the municipality. The direct control district was approved with bylaw number 1978, which prescribes permitted and discretionary uses for this parcel. Solar Energy Systems Class A development is listed as a discretionary use. And just for reference, this use would be permitted in any other zoning within the land use bylaw that the development officer could approve. But given that this is in direct control, that is not the case. In accordance with Section 18, A and B of the MD of Tabor land use bylaw, for public hearings, public notice has been given to by mail out using half-mile radius selection for the particular parcel, in addition to posting a notice on the website, local newspaper, and social media. Council is the approval authority for the development permit applications in direct control district, and as a result, no appeal can be made to the subdivision and development appeal board. And with that, I'll jump to attachment B, the information sheet. So I've already gone over the proposed development information there about the roof mount solar. No waivers are requested. And the recommendation is that development application 99-25 be approved with the conditions and informative as presented.
Thank you. So the applicant is not here to speak, so they will not ask any questions. The board won't ask questions of them. At this time, do board members have a question?
Sorry, but mine's probably a silly question. Why is this direct control? Like why is this home direct control? Like, I know council had to be the ones to set this up, but just for my benefit, can you refresh me why this became a direct control?
That's a great question. I'll try and take a stab at it since our planner's not here, but my understanding of this property is when it was rezoned from rural agriculture, it was prone to, it's kind of a lower spot, more prone to kind of flooding issues. So I think that every decision and development going forward on that property it was deemed necessary to have a look at just about every type of development that goes on there, just for safety and making sure that things are properly considered there with as far as flooding goes.
Thank you. Like, yeah, it rings a bell now. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions from the board? final comments to the planning team?
No comment.
And council, you feel you have adequate information? So we will conclude the development hearing. 1:35. And then we will return to council agenda. Ready? Oh. And we will deal with item number, on the paper copy, I would know it's not this number now, but 11.13, development application 99.25.
I can give you the motion that the MD of Tabor approve development permit 99-25, subject to the conditions and informative as presented in attachment B.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor?
In favor.
That is carried. Thank you. So we'll return to the agenda. Regarding cultivated leases, do we need to have I put in shared notes that we should consider immediate notification of this policy change, that we should notify the current leaseholders immediately as well as public notification. Is that a given or should that be by motion?
I'm just 1 second.
Yeah, no problem, sorry. And Councillor Hildebrand, I don't feel this question puts you at any conflict.
So under what we have included as next steps, it
Okay.
doesn't expressly point out what you referenced, but I mean, definitely notification to leaseholders is a given.
Okay.
With respect to the public side of things, I don't think it would be a bad, from just an information sharing perspective, I don't think it would be a bad thing. Maybe in the context of information release as opposed to, like, when you say public notice, are you thinking
Yeah, no,
mass
I'm
notice
just
or
saying
just-
an information release.
Yeah.
My first priority is to the current leaseholders, and my second would be just general information to the MD of Tabor.
Yeah, and kind of linking them to the final policy once it's no longer draft, and
Right.
we can put together an information release and share it with the community.
Yeah, I just want those leaseholders to know as quickly as possible, since there is a change. So if it's implied based on the RFD, I'm okay with that, but if not, then
Well, the leaseholders will be notified
okay,
regardless.
that's all I want to make sure. So now I would move to the consent agenda items and the motion regarding vegetation. Deputy Reed Group.
Okay, yeah, just a couple things that I'd like to bring up conversation with Volker or ATEC is the grass management, especially river valleys. Last year it was brought up quite often. The Old Man River crossing, the grass was tall. That's a known wildlife corridor. That's a safety issue. Intersections, if you're in a lower vehicle and the grass isn't managed properly, it's a safety hazard. Curves, like I mentioned previously, along the 875 is a bit concerning to me. And then even when they do hand out the haying permits, I've noticed if there's milkweed or sow thistle or something like that, they mow around it. So next year that increases the weed pressure because it's not managed. And then by the time the hay permit's done, the weeds are totally set seed. So I'm hoping we can establish a dialogue to maybe get some of these issues looked after. And if our MD can help and get paid for the service, I would not be opposed to that.
So Deputy Reeve, should we make a motion to connect with ATEC regarding their jurisdiction on roadside mowing and weed management, or vegetation growth and weed management?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that, but if anybody else has any ideas, or staff, if they think that's the right direction, if that's something council feels we should look towards.
So,
listen, John.
So from an administration's perspective, we can definitely facilitate that kind of conversation through initially correspondence, I guess, and then lead into dialogue around those two topics and have an open mind as to potential solutions that might be in place.
That's kind of what I'm looking for.
As a provincial taxpayer, all of us has the ability to reach out to our MLAs and voice these concerns, and I really think that that's where we should be concentrating our efforts. I don't think we would appreciate another municipality or another level of government telling us how to do our jobs, and that's what this sounds and looks like to me. And I don't know that that's a fair place to start if you want to have a good relationship.
And that's why I would like it as a conversation on how we manage intersections, curbs on secondary roads, and maybe even wildlife corridors where it's known to have collisions with vehicles. We're just looking for a conversation and see where we end up. I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, so if we can come up with a resolution to that effect, I think that'd be worth approaching.
And the provincial government, you know, they continually comment that we are the people closest to the people. So we're driving their infrastructure and we're in their area. So I don't think they would be adverse to us demonstrating some of our concerns. I think we can't mandate them to do anything, but I always say to my ratepayers in my area, call me with the concern, because if I failed to drive down that road, or it's in an area that I don't normally travel, I might miss it. So sometimes just being made aware can fix a problem that was overlooked for a variety of reasons. So I don't think we're trying to hammer on them. We need to make some improvements. Councillor Hildebrand.
Well, the province does have a mechanism for the public to bring forward concerns about roads. The website is 511.alberta.ca, and there's a fillable form in there, or you can put a compliment, a suggestion, or a question, or make a report. So that is available to any person or individual.
And I think that's valid, but I think we have a strong enough relationship with ATEC that we could let them know our concerns, right? They may have had a change in practice, and then we're aware of it as well.
With that, I'd maybe like to make a motion to initiate a conversation with ATEC on the roadside grass management as related to safety of traffic on the roads.
Deputy Reeve, in that motion, do you also want to talk about noxious weed management?
I could highlight a couple. We could, yes, because
we could just say and noxious weed management.
And noxious weed management.
Just so we don't forget when we have a chance.
Thank you.
Is that accurate in terms of?
I'll give you a minute.
Somewhere in there, in regards to motor traffic safety. To discuss traffic, yeah, traffic safety concerns regarding vegetation. Yep, that's perfect, thank you.
Okay, so Deputy Reeve has this motion on the floor that the MD of Tabor engage with Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors to discuss traffic safety concerns regarding vegetation growth along provincial highways, as well as vegetation management concerns regarding noxious weeds along provincial highways. Any further comments or questions? Those in favor?
In favor.
That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Council requests for information and did I miss something? I saw you say, okay. Council requests for information and motions. So we have 2 items remaining and they will be in closed session. So the closed session is pursuant to section 1972 of the MGA and section 14 of Div 2 of Part 1 of ATIA, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, which is the FCM grant approval and project layout. And I'll read in the second item as well. Pursuant to 1972 of the MGA section 16, 21, 22, and 23 of Div 2 Part 1 of ATIA, disclosure harmful to law enforcement, advice from officials, testing procedures, tests and audits, and privileged information. So with that, a motion to move into closed.
I give a motion to go into closed.
Thank you. Those in favor?
In favor.
Go ahead.
Motion to come out of closed session.
All those in favor?
In favor?
Okay, we'll take a recess until our next agenda item, approximately 2:25, unless we can start sooner. You're good? Okay, so we're gonna resume council. I have already read in the item for closed session, so I would ask for a motion to go back into closed.
Must go into closed.
Thank you. Those in favor? Okay, a motion to come out of closed. Okay, John.
I can make that motion.
Okay, those in favor?
In favor?
Lise, have we covered everything on the agenda? Okay, and there's no motions out of close, so a final motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.